Hello, here we are in beautiful St. Louis. We are actually in the Central West End. The capital of chess in America is St. Louis, and here it is all located in the Central West End. We've got the nicest chess club in the country, maybe the world, and we got the World Chess Hall of Fame across the street. And today we have something quite special for you. We're going to be with you for the rest of the week, leading right up to Thanksgiving. We've got our showdown in St. Louis, and we are entering the boardroom right now. And we've got two of the top players in the world set to play a four-game match, 5 days. And then on the final day, we are going to see a flurry of blitz games. As you can see by those posters, we've got Hikaru Nakamura facing Levon Aronian. And I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'll be hosting this with you for the whole week. I'm with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
A pleasure to be here as always with you, Jennifer. Welcome everybody to the show. It's going to be a great showdown in St. Louis.
Yes, I'm really excited about these two facing off. They faced off many times before, but as you mentioned earlier, Yasser, when we were chatting, Nakamura doesn't have a lot of match experience, so this is critical.
Yes, exactly. Well, obviously we're used to seeing tournaments, but match play is a totally different animal, and Hikaru has drawn the white pieces in the drawing of lots to get the match started.
Yes, indeed, and we see that Nakamura and Aronian, two of the top players in the world, so people are watching this after they're already tired from watching the World Championship match and thinking to themselves, will one of these players right here be playing for the World Championship one day? It certainly could happen.
Absolutely.
And let's take a look and see what Grandmaster Maurice, actually, who we are also lucky to have with us for the whole week,
always a pleasure,
predicts and thinks about these previous matchups between two elite Grandmasters.
Well, thank you, Jen and Yaz. It's great to be back here in St. Louis. We always have these fun events. We had the Singfield Cup recently, and now the Showdown in St. Louis. About it. We're talking about two of the elite players of our time. Levon Aronian, clearly on top in chess. He's been number 2 for quite some time, and their matchup really shows what kind of power he has. He's won 9 games against Hikaru's only 4 games. Aronian actually won their latest matchup in the FIDE World Rapid match. So he is confident going into this game playing against Hikaru. Their ratings at this time show that he is still in the lead. He is number 4 in the world, and Nakamura at number 9 in the world. But Hikaru, a fighter, one of the most electrifying players of our time. People love to see his style, the way he plays. He's always going for the victory. So these 4 games coming up between them, plus the blitz games, will certainly be very exciting. It's a matchup to watch here in St. Louis with this showdown all set to go. I'm excited because I know it's going to be fiery games. It's going to be totally entertaining. Guys, I can't wait. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's right. Both of these guys with something to prove.
Yes.
You know, the thing about Levon Aronian, such a hero, such a smooth, wonderful. You know, he was number 2 in the world for quite a while there, and now he's really dipping down in the rankings. And I think, you know, it just takes a couple wins here to catapult him back up.
For sure. Well, Levon, I'm thinking seriously, for the better part of 4 to 5 years, has been the number 2 player in the world, like clearly number 2, like by a significant margin. And the fact that he slipped down in the rankings to number 4 is remarkable.
And here they are yesterday. They arrived early. They drew colors for the first round, and Nakamura ending up with the white pieces in the first game. You see he drew a white t-shirt here. We see founder Rex Singfield laughing with Levon Aronian, the always charming. And you know, the great thing about Aronian is not only is he charming, which makes him nice to be around, he also brings out the best in other people. You see Nakamura cracking a few jokes of his own.
Right.
And we were talking about all the things that Levon has to prove here, but also Nakamura.
Right.
Not having the best Sinkfield Cup, and now he's ready to get on and maybe try to continue his success. We see him walking into the club right now, which he showed that maybe he had, you know, he's had some trouble against Levon in classical games recently, as Maurice was mentioning, but he did get the better of Levon in that chess 960 match, right?
Right, just
so he
after
won that,
the Sinkfield Cup.
He won that one 3.5, 2.5. They played on the historic Bobby Fischer board. It was beautiful to see.
Right, on the Jack Collins furniture there at the World Chess Hall of Fame. I came and watched that as well.
That's right, and the coolest thing about that, and the weirdest thing, was that there were 5 decisive games. Black won every decisive game in that chess 960, which I guess makes a little bit of sense in that because you don't have all that opening preparation, maybe it takes away a little bit of the advantage of the first move. But on the other hand, I would sometimes think it's the opposite because 960 sometimes has some positions that are lopsided in white's favor.
Exactly so, exactly. And one of the cool things, of course, about Fischer Random is that you get creative literally from move 1. I mean, you have to create new opening theory, and so the players are thrown on their own devices. And both of these players are truly some of the most creative players in the world of chess, and I was really surprised at the enormous decisive number of games in that match. Again, it was a 6-game match.
You're gonna be playing
5 out of the 6 games. No way. You're supposed to have 50% draws or even higher, especially against these players at this elite level. So that was wild.
That was cool to see. And I think it's also a statement going into this match. Hey, I'm black, I'm white, I'm going to play to win.
Yeah.
And that is a philosophy that both of these players certainly espouse.
Right. Well, again, we started the show with the idea that for the better part of 4 years, I'm going to even say longer, that I've been watching Aronian as world's number 2 and entrenched in that position. Here at the Sinkfield Cup a few months ago, we saw Fabiano Caruana catapult himself to number 2, and Levon slipped down. And as you were mentioning, for Levon to recapture his number 2 place, he needs to have a big result here in this match. And for Hikaru as well.
Hikaru with his trusty Red Bull, actually one of his sponsors.
Yes.
And we've also got Hikaru with the white pieces. Now, he played e4 against Levon in the Sinkfield Cup, and he didn't get much. Even Gary Kasparov pointed out that it seemed like a lifeless attempt to break the Berlin.
Exactly.
It was a 5 rookie 1 variation.
Exactly.
But now he's got white, and question, does that mean that he's going to play 1d4 this time? Even the game that he won in the Sinkfield Cup in 2013, he played e4 against Levon in his white game. And you remember he won that game, but that was only because Levon blundered.
Yes.
Otherwise, it was kind of headed towards a draw. So that's why I kind of think he's going to switch it up and play 1d4.
It's a rational, logical progression with your thoughts. And my thinking is, whenever you're playing against Hikaru, it's a coin toss. He can do so many. He's very versatile, as are the top players, E4 or D4.
Or C4.
Or C4.
That's why I don't really think it's a coin toss. To me, it's like a three-sided coin.
Okay.
Because I feel like E4 is 33%, D4 and C4. Well, I don't know if they're each 33%, but I feel like the queen pawn openings make a larger percentage of the odds.
Because you're having to add the English or even a knight F3. Also, by the way, sometimes I've seen this happen with Hikaru a lot. So he just gets frustrated with opening theory. It's like, darn it, and he just tosses out G3 on the first move. Or even tosses out B3 on the first move and says, you know, I'm tired of looking at opening theory and getting myself entangled in deep variations. I just want to play chess. So sometimes he tosses out just a soft opening.
And we should mention that in addition to having these two legends play, we also have a lot of other amazing players around the club. And that's because we've got the Grand Master Invitational and the International Master Norm Invitational.
Exactly.
So we've got a lot of youngsters.
Yes.
In fact, one particularly prominent youngster, Sam Seirawan.
Exactly.
Who is hoping that this is a tournament where he breaks 2,500 FIDE and
clinches his grand. Exactly. He's made the norms. He just needs to get his rating up. What is he, Jen? About 2486 going into the first round?
I think he had about 16 points to make up. Yeah.
Exactly.
And you see that actually we're between rounds. So the rounds for the GM and IM invitationals begin at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. So we're going to be able to grab some of those players for interviews, and you can also watch those games online. Really exciting players.
And Sam started with a win today.
And he did start with a win today, and it was an exciting win indeed. So, yeah, some kind of thing to get people excited in this tournament. Not only do we have the World Championship, but we also have the youngsters and many very talented youngsters playing. Now we've got Grandmaster Ashley with some thoughts on how the opening might start off in this battle, this showdown in St. Louis.
Well, these two players are very versatile, particularly Hikaru, as you mentioned. So I agree with you, Yaz. I wouldn't even want to hazard a guess as to what's about to happen. And here comes Armenia's finest and one of the top players in the world, Levon Aronian, coming in quickly to start the match. He is certainly a big star, very likable guy. You sit with him at dinner and he's cracking jokes, he's smiling, he's just always affable. And now sitting down, getting ready to play, everybody likes him on the circuit. He's just such a cool guy. But he was not well liked in this game we're about to look at, this fragment of a game, just to show you the flavor of what could happen in this contest. This position Hikaru got against Levon in one of their contests, the Grand Slam final back in 2011. And Hikaru scored a fine win with the white pieces. He played this move F3, attacking the knight. And after knight H2, rook to F2. Now he's guarding this pawn, looking to take this pawn here on F5, and rook to H3, making sure he's got something to bite. And I'd like to show you Hikaru's creative maneuver here. First, he went after this A5 pawn, and then his knight trekked across the entire board to attack this rook, to get it out the way so that he could play king to G3 and pick off the H2 knight, and he went on to win the game quite easily. So creative players, both of them, they both tasted each other's blood, if you will. I don't know if I said that right, but certainly they've defeated each other. Hikaru with the white pieces knows that he can win against this challenging player, so he's going to want to start off the right way to start this match. Guys, back to you.
And we
Thank
see
you, Maurice.
Our executive director here at the St. Louis Chess Club, Tony Rich, explaining some of the rules. These guys probably know most of them.
Yeah, just kind of like a little last-minute instructions there with the time controls and what have
And here
you.
we go. I win.
You win.
1 D4.
D4.
Mixing it up a little bit. And now, what are you expecting here from Levon?
Definitely. Levon is a very classical player. He likes to play either Queen's Gambit declines or Slav, semi-Slavs. So we could see a move like C7, C6 or E7, E6. E7, E6 is what we have on our board.
That's right. We actually see the overhead shot right now. Levon and Hikaru facing off. And is it gonna just be a Nimzo? Or no, indeed. In fact, he played knight F3 instead, inviting Levon to
his Queen's Gambit decline, which Levon has accepted with a move D5. Knight c3, both players moving quite quickly. c7, c6 is Levon's main repertoire. Oh, bishop b4.
So a hybrid between the Queen's Gambit declined and the Nimzo, which they call the Ragozin, correct?
Ragozin?
Ragozin.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
The Ragozin?
Rags.
I like it. I like it. Very good.
Ragozin.
Oh, those chess names are sometimes very, very hard to pronounce, especially some of the Russian names. So knight c3, bishop b4. So the Ragozin variation, bishop b4. And Hikaru answered quite quickly with the move bishop d2. That is a rare bird, I'm going to say. I don't know statistically how often this move has been played, but from my knowledge, limited as it is, bishop d2 is very uncommon. The more common moves that I'm familiar with are bishop g5. This has been played in numerous games, and the line goes h7, h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes, whoops, I've got to do queen takes f6, and e2, e3, and many, many top encounters from this position. I'm pretty sure that Aronian's been involved in a few of those positions, by the way. But this move, bishop d2, simply breaking the pin between the bishop on b4 and king on e1. I don't know. I'm thinking that this is not putting a great deal of pressure on black after, for example, castles. If white plays, let's say, a2, a3, we can simply capture this knight, recapture, and perhaps just put our knight on e4 and claim a kind of general equality, if you will. A lot of, we're going to see trades of 2 pieces. So 4 pieces are going to come off the board rather quickly, I would say, in this variation. I'm not exactly sure what it is that's attractive to Hikaru about this position.
Well, yeah, I mean, in frequent battles against Levon, it doesn't seem like he's getting a huge amount with the white pieces. So is this more of the same, trying to just play an opening and hope that somehow he can outplay him in the middle game?
Right. Well, that's one of the problems, is that when you have top elite players, their systems, they know their openings and defenses to such a great degree. So, this is a great complaint amongst our top grandmasters, is they want positions that they can play for a win, that playable, that there's some imbalances and so forth. And so had Hikaru played any other move, any standard move, e2, e3, bishop g5, g2, g3, I think that Hikaru felt he couldn't get Aronian out of his comfort zone. So he's trying to mix it up early with this move, bishop d2, but it strikes me as that this move is simply too soft to really put pressure on Levon. And as expected, Levon did in fact castle, and this is where I'm wondering where Hikaru is going to seek an advantage. If you don't play the move a2, a3, it really doesn't make sense to play bishop d2. So I'm just going to suggest that he's going to play a3, bishop takes, and knight e4. And again, if we play the move rook c1, there is bishop b4 to be considered. If we do play the move rook c1, defending the bishop, knight takes, rook takes. Looks like a Bogo Indian. This is very common in the Bogo Indian, but white had...
With one fewer minor for white, right?
Yeah,
which makes it less enticing, because one of the big things that white is usually going for in the Bogo is that like small space edge.
Exactly. So here it's, well, okay, we haven't committed our queen to e7 yet, but okay, again, very common. I'm just going to make some normal moves, if you will. Bishop d3, and it would appear to my eyes that we're transposing into a position that comes about from a queen's gambit declined. The difference in this particular position, you get a position very similar like this. This is the Lasker, knight e4, bishop g5.
But instead of a3, by the way, it does look like Nakamura instead has played e3.
Okay.
So let's get a comment from Grandmaster Ashley. How do you feel? What are the chances this is going to blow up?
Funny lady. Well, this position is weird. I mean, you look at this position in the database, it's been played over 8,000 times. And people have played moves you mentioned, yes, like bishop to g5 in this position, or capture on d5 is another move. Let me not bring that up yet. E3 has been played, even queen a4 check. Bishop to d2, as played in the game, that's been played 285 times. Not that it's that infrequent if you think about it. 285 sounds like a lot, but out of 8,000 games, so very a small percentage. But the highest rated player who's played it in this line has been a 2,300 player. So you have a guy who's over 2,750 copying games of basically masters. That's not often you see that at the highest level, except when they want to deviate, except they want to go somewhere completely different. Bishop d2 is not a move meant to scare Levon in any way. Levon looks at a move like that and says, okay, so we're just going to play chess today. So that's what's going to happen. As far as the position of blowing up, it's chess. Anything could happen. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, again, Bishop d2 was unfamiliar territory for me. And, well, okay, he's getting a position. After this move, e2, e3, by the way, I started thinking about the position for a moment, and I'm saying Black has an issue with his bishop on c8. Notice that, in a sense, is trapped behind his own pawn on e6. I suspect that Levon will want to play the move b7, b6 in order to activate his bishop on this long diagonal.
That's right. So, or perhaps even to a6 in some variations, which we sometimes see in these lines as well.
Especially in the Queen's Indian, yes.
Especially when we have our knight on b8, because then sometimes we can actually just take on c4 and play bishop a6, right?
Yeah, exactly, in order to trade.
Right. So it's still Levon on move though. So after b6, what do you suspect Hikaru has in mind here?
Nothing more than the simple, let's keep our development going with the move bishop on f1 to d3. I would anticipate bishop b7 in that particular case. Castles by white, and now Levon is facing a decision. What should he do? Should he try to develop his knight on b8, or does he try to undermine white's center with c7, c5?
Now, if he plays knight d7, there's occasionally a tactical idea of playing something like knight takes d5.
Right.
That being said, usually you speak with the idea that if bishop takes d2, knight takes f6, picks up a pawn.
Right, you got that Zwischenzug. So this is the tactic that you're talking about, Jen, as suddenly there's a discovered attack against the bishop. What you just mentioned.
These top players never miss in between moves.
No.
Of course, a reference to the World Championship match where there was a
yes, indeed.
unfortunate in-between move that was missed.
By both players. Mutual blindness, right, if you will.
But instead, Black could we have to check what would happen if Black recaptures with the knight.
Right. Then we get kind of an intriguing, after this move. Well, the bishop on b4 is hanging, so we'll play bishop takes d2. Now, if you don't take on e6, well, that's just been a whole lot of general trading and swapping. But if you do take on e6...
Although we would get this... yeah, you're right. Yeah, so take on e6 is the one to try.
Then we've got bishop f3. And if we recapture, well, white's king got exposed. Now we're going to take on d2, I suppose?
Right, well, after it's Black's move now.
Oh, pardon me. Take on e6, I apologize.
Or you can move the bishop, and if you move the bishop here...
Light retreating?
Yeah, and now after
takes, you want to go something like queen h4 and queen g5 check.
Yeah, but I think that a white's solid. Net a pawn, yeah.
Yeah,
so
white's solid.
Netting a pawn seems good.
Yeah, so I think that all of this didn't actually work out that great for Black, but okay.
But Black had a lot of other options, of course, along this road, including perhaps considering some of your bishop a6 ideas instead of the bishop b7. I was wondering how Hikaru would deal with that, because the bishop on d2 is a little awkward because the queen on d3 doesn't protect the queen on d1 doesn't protect the bishop on d3 like it normally would, right?
Right.
So to me, that makes it seem like after bishop d3, bishop a6 might be more enticing than usual.
Right. In fact, what Levon did, he made a useful move. He played this move, rook on f8 to e8. This is kind of a move that it basically says, I'm going to make a useful move. I want you to make more of a commitment, and I'm going to keep all my played before.
Well, yes, as you know, as chess players, we're constantly looking for transpositions, possibilities of going into another line based on switching the move order up a little bit. This variation is hilarious for transpositions, and I'd like to show you what I mean. Well, in this position, we saw Hikaru play the move bishop d2, a very infrequent guess at the highest level. And then the response castles was played, and the database is calculating here to my right, and now the move e3. Now, if he had played e3 first, and after castles, then bishop d2, this position actually has been seen at the elite level, and the top players in this line, Korchnoi, Karlov, Adalik, very good players with the white pieces. So just by switching up the move order a little bit, you get line that has been played. But not only that, white's results are great at this level. 5 wins out of the top 10 games, and the other 5 games were drawn. So it looks like Hikaru has caught his opponent in a little bit of a trap, a little bit of a net, except, excuse me, on the very next move that was played, rook to e8, the move you called practical, Yaz, just kind of simple, normal response, useful move. Now suddenly all the GM names disappear, and there are only 4 decisive games, all with black winning those games at levels of players that are 2,200, 1,700, 2,000s. So now Levon has put Hikaru in a position that often is simply not seen that often and only seen down at the expert level. So who's tricking who right now? Very cagey set of transpositional possibilities. And Hikaru, who was blitzing out his moves, knowing that he had gotten Levon into sort of a cagey line, looks like he's a little bit worried now. He's never seen, or probably didn't even bother to look at rook e8 too tightly. Now he has to decide what move he wants to make. So interesting battle in the opening right away from these 2 elite players. Guys?
That's a funny reality there. Statistics, how much they switch. One little transpositional move, and suddenly it's all in black's favor.
That's right. I mean, that's the thing about the queen pawn openings. There are so many transpositions. So, so much about e4 is, you know, making sure that you're bulletproof. And so much about d4 is making sure you don't get tricked, right? And just get into a totally different combat than you were expecting.
Right.
But, okay, so rook e8.
Okay, so again...
Explain the idea. Are you trying to play e5 after knight d7? Or is it more just...
Yeah, it's a combination of ideas. The first one is you kind of want, well, in fact, the move rook e8 does discourage white from trading on d5, because suddenly that rook on e8, you're opening up the e file in favor of the rook. So in the first place, the move rook e8 discourages white from trading center pawns. The second idea is what you just mentioned. At some point in the future, black is looking to capture on c4, followed by the move e6, e5, liberating his position. So with these thoughts in mind, white has to be very concrete in his approach. Should he play... Oh, one final observation about the move rook e8 is in case of a2, a3, black could retreat his bishop not just simply to the d6 or to the e7 square, but more usefully actually to bishop f8. It's like the bishop gets out of the way, so that makes it easier for black to play the move e6, e5. And I do believe we have a move by Hikaru.
That's right. He has played the move a3. And now we're going to see whether Levon wants to hold on to that bishop.
Exactly. Does he want to go in for these trades that I mentioned earlier? Again, many times you see all of this transpositional moves taking place, rook c1, and again we get into this position. This position I think is a little bit too dry for the style and taste of either player. I'm expecting after the move a2, a3, Levon wants to keep the game lively and with all pieces.
So I agree. What did you say, A? you say B, or in
Yeah,
this case,
rook
when you
E8.
say E, you say F.
Right, rook e8, bishop f8. Okay, so then after bishop f8, from Black's point of view, from Levon's point of view, he's sitting there saying, hey, aren't I a happy camper? You've put your bishop on d2. Normally, in a lot of these Queen's Gambit decline positions, that bishop on d2 is on a much more active square, either g5 or f4. So Black's kind of happy about that. White might say, yeah, mine. I'm aspiring to play e3, e4 to grab as much of the center as I possibly can. So I think that's...
Right, you get E4 in before you get E5 in.
Precisely. That's exactly right. That's what I think is going on at this moment. And
Although, to play the other side, this does look slightly more appealing for white. Like, I'd rather be white, whereas the positions we're just showing with takes on C3 and knight E4 were so dry that maybe a practical decision is to go for that because it looks less dangerous, whereas Black doesn't seem to have so much excitement here as well. It's like more of a party for white.
Well, here you go. That's what I love about chess, this battle of ideas, and you're constantly saying, I'm better. No, you're better. No, I'm better. No, you're better. So after the move bishop d3, which is a very normal looking move, let's say Black says, okay, I'm going to play knight b8 d7, just as a move. Now, maybe you don't want to play e4 right away with your king still in the center. You might want to tuck your king into the king side. So let's go with castles for a second. Now, Black says, look, I'm going to play c7, c5, and I'm going to attack the center to try to discourage you from playing e3, e4.
And if we play, yes, right. And so you're saying you're right in time to kind of discourage us from playing e4 right away.
Which is your you want to do it. You want to occupy the center. You want to get your piece as active as possible. So the move c7, c5 kind of takes the oomph out of this central advance. For example, you don't want to advance right here because you've got issues after, for example, takes on c4, takes on c4, takes on d4, takes on d4. Now notice that bishop on d2 actually interferes with the queen's protection of the knight on d4.
Yeah, just
I
knight
have
e5 is
knight e5
juicy.
or even knight b6, but either way. So suddenly two white pieces, the bishop on c4 and the knight on d4, are hanging in midair. And Levon did play the live move bishop f8.
Great.
Maurice,
Keeping pieces on the board. Levon.
Maurice, full fight.
Indeed, it's building this game to an interesting position coming out of the opening. It's always nice to get your opponent to think a bit, but of course you want to have a good position when you're doing so. Levon knows his position is solid and is going down that route. Well, he is following one of the games we mentioned earlier among the experts that played this position. And if we could get the position they played, we'd be happy campers. Because take a look at this one. After a3, this game was played between two players in the Belgrade Championship. We got a couple of names he has. I don't even want to try. Velkovic and Yevremovic. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too much. I'm sure I did. But they played this position. Take a look at how this game proceeded. Bishop f8, as Levon did play. Bishop to e2 instead of playing bishop to d3. And very solid move, knight out, castles, and c6 instead of the move c5. This idea was this setup, queen to c2, and now captures. And now we switch back into Moran-ish territory, semi-Slavish territories, bishop a2, a6. And now the move e4, going for it, c5 in response. And now e5, super aggressive, attacking the knight on f6, capturing, ignoring the attack. And look at this series of pawn grabs happening down the board. Bishop takes, and then queen to c7. What kind of wild position is this, Yaz? I imagine we're not going to see this on this board, but wouldn't it be fun to be talking about this chess position? We'll see how these elite players handle themselves, but you just see the potential of chess. Anything could happen. The explosion that happened here ended up in Black winning the game, by the way. So lots of chess left to be had. A slow start doesn't mean a slow finish. Guys?
Nice game. Wow, a lot of sharp variations in that one. And that's with c7, c6, which I thought was going to be a slow game.
Yeah, you never
it
know.
turned out to, it just blew up in that line that Maurice was just showing. Wow, but I'm going to go with Maurice as well. I don't think we're going to see that today. But Bishop E2 and Bishop D2, the combination of those two moves, that doesn't look like Hikaru's style to me. I see him as an ultra-aggressive player, and Bishop E2, Bishop D2, I can't imagine he would find that appealing. I'm sure he's going to play some move like Rook C1, Queen C2, Bishop D3, and now we see...
he played Rook C1, actually.
He did play Rook C1. Yeah, that move, Bishop E2, it just looked too calm, too quiet for Hikaru. So now Rook C1.
So just discouraging C5 and
right,
waiting. A lot of times you do see in some queen pawn openings, they wait to move that bishop on F1 in case black wants to take on C4. We can develop our bishop in one swoop.
Precisely, and that's what also in a game I played with Anatoly Karpov from the Phillips and Drew tournament in London way back in the day, 1992. I was white against Anatoly, and I was doing this Rook C1, cagily keeping my bishop on F1 for a long while. And as you...
Cagily, don't...
Cagily.
Most of you guys should be castling that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, as you mentioned, with the rook on C1, white really does discourage this move C7, C5, because after white captures on C5 vis-a-vis the rook on C1, that bishop on C5 will be left hanging. So the really common move here would be either C7, C6, or the move I actually prefer, B7, C6, B7, B6. That would be my preference. Levon has his own style. What has he done? He's just made his move.
And he's played knight to D7, so neither of your two options, but also quite logical. So now adding support to the push C5, so that the pressure generated by the rook on C1 won't be enough to discourage us.
Right. Also keeping in mind that black is also preparing the E6, E5 push.
That's right, yes. In conjunction with making sure something's going on with D5, either by taking on C4 or by playing C6 first.
Exactly. All right, at some point you got to develop the king side. Come on, Jen. I mean, now's the time. Bishop to D3. And now we have to consider C7, C5 as the most logical move, since the bishop on D3, you're not going to take on C5 and allow knight takes C5, attacking the bishop on D3.
Although E5 is also on the menu now that E4 is a direct threat, so there's no time to take on D5.
Exactly. The reason I didn't want to play E5 right away in that position, in this position, I beg your pardon, E5, I was going to take on E5, take on E5, take on E5, rook takes E5, take on D5. Now, knight takes D5, nothing else really to do. Knight takes D5. And the point is you might be giving me an opportunity to bring this bishop on D2 to C3 if you try to trade knights. So, oh, wait a minute,
Although
hold
I
on.
had like knight C3 and rook D5, is that what you're
Yeah,
thinking?
exactly what I'm thinking. Wait a minute. Have I fallen for
A little tricky.
a little big time pin down the D file? Nicely spotted, Jen. That's a good one. Okay, I thought unfortunately I'd have to recapture with my rook instead of the more desirable capture with my bishop. But here, white's idea would be, again, maybe just to play queen c2, setting up a battery both along the c file as well as the b1 h7 diagonal. I'm still thinking that white's majority is more useful at this moment than black's majority, queenside majority.
Right, I mean, unless we can still try to generate some tactics with rook d5 and bishop f5, but
Right.
it seems
Rook
like you should be
d5.
able to have some just queen c2. And
Yeah.
I was considering the possibility of bishop f5 here
Right.
to trade, but it looks like it's probably not going to work out too well, 'cause I'm guessing that after bishop f5, rook takes d2.
I'm going to snap a pawn
Yeah,
because
bishop
I'm
takes
just an old
h7,
pawn
and
grubber.
then after king h8 and
I'll go, well, queen e4 is attractive, but I'll go back. I'll just to, well,
I was just trying to play G6 and see how that worked out.
Exactly.
But, well, you know.
Take some pawns over here. Kind of strip the king bare a little bit.
Too bad that pawn's on E3.
I know.
It's totally over.
I get
Take
the
my
rover.
pawn.
I get the rover.
Well, yeah. So, but you know what they say, long variation, wrong variation.
Yeah,
so,
almost for sure they're not going to play like this. But
I think Maurice agrees with that. He doesn't expect that position on the board. What do you think? Is Levon going to play for E5 or C5? What do you think?
Well, I think the challenge for Hikaru is actually getting out of this position with the advantage that he wants, because there's so many options for with B6, and you've never seen this position before. There's no way he had this position on the board. It looked like reading a magazine. Like, it was so relaxed. Like, you know, do what you want, dude. I have a bad position. He also knows it's not one of those sharp hunt me down positions. You know, you got to really worry about the guy prepared something long, and you might, one mistake you're going to lose. He knows he has a very advantage out of this opening line. So it's really his choice how I think he's going to play here. And White not looking like he has much. And there goes Levon again. Like, dude, I'll just go for a walk in the park.
Well, it's not as bad as Magnus Carlsen falling asleep at the board against Anon. You saw some of those photos.
I saw a photo. It was
that was brutal.
That was
not amusing chess, guys.
Well, but Magnus winning the match is good for chess, and I did love that rover he played in the critical game that he won. That was really pretty. But yeah, I mean, sleepy time.
Sleepy time. Well, I don't think this is sleepy time, but in this particular position,
no, not this one.
Yeah, in this particular position, it suddenly occurred to me, and I don't know why it took so long to occur to me, that in my career, I've always liked to play the Queen's Gambit accepted as black. And normally when I play the Queen's Gambit accepted right out of the box, there's this move bishop on f1 takes c4. And so suddenly it occurred to me that, gosh, if White was to play bishop d3, which I think is quite a sensible move as you're trying to prepare castles, well, what about the simple takes, bishop takes, a7, a6. We see these kinds of moves all the time in the Queen's Gambit accepted. What black is aspiring for is b5 and c5, and as Maurice said, equalize the game just through attrition and trades.
So you're saying we have 3 different equalizing plans: a6 and b5, c5 and e5, and
right.
now
and Hikaru's
one of them's got to work.
Yeah, and Hikaru's sitting there saying, how do I get an advantage against each and every one of them? And that's a tough ask, because I'm looking at the position now with fresh eyes, and I'm going, this Queen's Gambit accepted is a line that I'm very, very comfortable with as black.
I would like to see Nakamura play something more like theoretical, I guess, against Levon, because it seems like he's not getting that much in these little sidelines that he's playing. And, you know, in that other game that he had White against Levon that he ended up winning in Sinkfield Cup 2013, it was an anti-Marshall, and he didn't even get that much in that one.
No, but in that fragment that Maurice started the show with, that was that Queen's Gambit decline, which was with that king on f4 and f2, f3, and the knight came all the way around the board, as Maurice was pointing out. That came from a very theoretical Queen's pawn opening, very theoretical. This move bishop on d2, it's just, as you look at the position, you look at that bishop on d2, it just feels misplaced. It's timid. It didn't put the pressure on Levon on the black side that you would have expected that Hikaru would want.
Well, we'll see if Nakamura makes up for that later in the game with some dashing middle game play. He is the St. Louis local here, so the showdown in St. Louis will leave many questions for us as the days progress. And we should point out quickly that the format is 16 blitz games on the 5th round day. Yeah, that'll be a Tuesday.
Explain the scoring system, if you will. You've got 4 classical games, and they are very important.
And there were 4 points each. So each of the classical games is worth 4 points each. And the cool thing about that is that the classical games are more important. But unless we see a really lopsided score in the classical chess, the match will likely be
decided by the...
Well, not so much decided, but it will give the chance for one of, even if somebody has +2 in the classical, which is obviously a big score.
That's +8, right?
They'll have a chance to come back. Their opponent will have a chance to come back if they string together enough wins.
Right.
In the other one.
So just to be clear, in the scoring system, we're going to play 16 blitz games, and that's going to count for half the match score.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you would imagine somebody won't get that massive of a plus score.
Right, exactly.
So, but it's great because it leaves a drama.
Yes.
You know, unless somebody wins all 4 games, which
not going to happen.
We can't say it's impossible. I mean, look at Fabiano Caruana. We would never say that's possible. So
right, I never saw that coming in.
This would only be like half of that. So
you know the funny thing, Jen, about the Sinkfield Cup, after the event, I went to Seattle on holiday, and for the 2 weeks that I was in Seattle, I was still having an afterglow of the Sinkfield Cup because I couldn't believe what I witnessed.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was just like it just stayed in my consciousness. +7. And almost +8. That was
afterglow. I'm talking about after 6-day nap. That was thrilling. The adrenaline was pumping for those 2 weeks, and I think everybody needed to take a little rest after that. But that was awesome.
It really was
historical. You know, I was really thinking about it because I was interviewed for a magazine about whether I think this Fabiano Caruana result is ever going to repeat itself. And, you know, if you do the math and you think that there's only a few tournaments of the caliber of the Sinkfield Cup on each calendar, so maybe there's 4, a little bit weaker, but there's 4 or 5 super tournaments times 10 years, it's only 50 tournaments.
Yeah.
So the chances of it happening again in even a decade or 2 are actually quite low.
Exactly.
So that's like what's so cool about it, that it's really like a lifetime experience. And with that, let's take a little break, and we'll be back with more from the showdown in St. Louis between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere $13.99 per month, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. Art.
And welcome back to the showdown in St. Louis. And we see Hikaru Nakamura, now he's on move, and trying to figure out what to do. He did play Bishop E2. Levon Aronian has responded with A6, one of the many potential equalizing plans that we thought he might have up his sleeve. And Nakamura just hunkering down, seeing if he can find any advantage here with these two bishops on d2 and e2. Really, when you play d4 and c4, I play e4, but I feel like if I were to play d4, I want them on d3 and g5.
Definitely. They're much more active on d3 and g5. And I really didn't expect bishop e2 and bishop d2 by Hikaru. It just feels too timid and not his style of play. So he's adopting a different setup that I don't know if it really fits with his chess personality, which is hyperactive.
Right, exactly. And I mean, that's why he's a Red Bull guy, right? Go for it.
Right.
That's always been Nakamura's motto. And, you know, one of the things that's made him such a popular player on the circuit as well, that he always plays for a win. And he loves to play aggressive and uncompromising chess.
Exactly. So this move a7, a6 by Levon, by the way, does set up these Queen's Gambit accepted type of play that I mentioned earlier, just to capture on c4 and play b5. So for example, one thing you might think is when you see the move a7, a6, you think to yourself, okay, Black wants to play this b5 idea that I've been mentioning. Maybe your eye gets attracted to the move c4, c5 to, quote, shut down the theater battle over there on the queen side. The problem is that thanks to that rook on e8, Black has the immediate counter in the center, e6, e5. Normally when Black gets in that counter with e6, e5, he's doing very well. That Black's troubles are behind him, so to speak. So we're not going to see the move c4, c5. If we do see the conventional move, shall we say, castles, then we're likely to see this capture on c4, bishop capture c4, b5, attacking this bishop, driving it backwards either to a2 or e2. Let's just pick the square a2 for the moment. And then we see this normal counterpunch in the center, c7, c5, and frankly, this is just even. Black has solved his opening problems very, very well. No advantage whatsoever in this position for White.
Right, so this whole plan of playing a6 and b5. Now, you mentioned the c5 idea, which is not something you see a lot, releasing all that tension in the center. But now that Black's played a6, it's a little bit more on the menu. As White, you were mentioning White playing c5.
Right. Yeah, but again, in this specific position, c5, e5, that counter in the center, is just too strong.
You think it's too strong, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe that's one of the reasons why Hikaru played bishop e2 instead of bishop d3, because at least he can dream of playing c5 at some point.
True that, but okay.
Not a very lofty dream, huh?
Yeah, and again,
I need to dream bigger.
Yeah, this bishop on d2 just not doing it for me. And
I know,
we do have a move by Hikaru.
Well, this is a good lesson for people, though, who don't play d4, who do, or thinking of it, that a lot of times the bishop on d2 is really in the way, and it's better off just being on c1. So you can always apply this kind of e4 philosophy of developing as quickly as possible all your pieces to a d4 opening. Sometimes the bishop on d2 is actually misplaced. You look shocked.
I am.
Because c5 was played.
Did play the move c4,
you think
c5.
It's just too anti-positional after e5. But maybe there's some kind of...
I do.
Maybe he has some kind of idea here.
Well,
to
let's
play
see.
c6 at some moment. Is there any good moment to play c6?
I'm really surprised because, of course, this move c4, c5 positionally is very nice. It clamps down on the queen side, giving White a very nice positional advantage on the queen side. The problem is, as we know, is that the center, control of the center, occupation of the center, effective opening of the files and the diagonals in the center favors the player who has better central control. So this move c5 says I'm going to win on the win space on the queen side, but this immediate break by Black, Levon, with e6, e5. I actually prefer Black here. Jen, if I don't know what.
So if e5, like suppose we castled, is e4 is just too strong?
No, if you
You're not that worried
yes,
about...
pardon me. If you castle, then it looks like a French defense, if you will. Let me play the move e5, e4, driving the knight back.
Okay, now I have to, I want to check if I can tactically play knight e5. It doesn't look like I can. You'll just capture, so I'm just going to play knight e1. At least that was what I achieved from getting castles in, and now I can...
Right, and now we've got a French defense type of formation, or setup, if you will, where Black's center, I mean to say, is very secure. The only way you can undermine the center is by a move like f2, f3, and I just like Black's position very much here. I may have to make some change of pieces, like, for example, right now the knight on d7 isn't great. I might, for example, play a move like knight b8 with the idea of playing knight c6 and bishop f5 and slowly building up my position on the king side. In the meanwhile, look at White's pieces. A lot of White's pieces are still on the first rank, and not a lot of space in the position for them to develop harmoniously. Whereas Black is ready to play bishop f5, knight c6. And I like Black in such formations where the center is secure.
Now, you like Black, but one thing is for sure, if we do get into this line with this closed position, the jokes that I was making earlier about this position blowing up could become serious business, because that can become a lot more double-edged. For instance, White plays f3 at some point, Black starts getting his own play going on, as you were describing, and that's very double-edged and can get tactical just as we get the time control, which is, of course, what we want.
Of course.
And then,
then we have a lot to talk about.
What do you guys think? Tweet at us at the hashtag St. Louis Showdown and just write STL Showdown. And maybe we'll be able to mention some of your thoughts on the air.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, let's see what Maurice thinks about this latest development. Looks a little anti-positional, but might make things more exciting for us.
Absolutely. It's kind of strange that a position that closes, a move that closes down the position could turn into something that's much more interesting to look at. Before, you might have wondered in this position here, Yaz, why didn't he capture on c4 immediately and then play a6, right? That seemed like something he could have done, just take here and then play this move a6 break, which is, he is simply stunned right now by this choice, or at least a bit surprised by the choice after his a6 move of c5 by Nakamura, which clearly is something that keeps the position from being as flexible as it was. Before he could take on d5, now he can't, and e5 is free to happen at any moment. So the position has certainly changed. White has gotten a lot of space on this side of the board, all those pawns pointing straight down the board. And we should note, by the way, after that line that you mentioned, Yaz, e5 castles is possible, and now e4, knight e1, not the sexiest move in the world, but you got to play what you got to play. And the point being that this move b4, a4, b5, White does have this storm happening on this side where he'll get a lot of space. Black will have to prove the attack on the other side of the board, considering his pawns are pointing this way. That's normal here. Now, this bishop on f8 also is a bit of a strange creature. It doesn't know where it belongs in the attack because the pawn on c5 is restricting it from going to the best, the natural square d6. So what we're seeing here is a very odd position, very unusual, newish, and we're happy to see positions like this. They're going to probably maneuver for the next 10, 12 moves from this situation. It ain't going to be the most exciting thing in the world. But after that, it's going to get interesting because it's going to be a battle of ideas. White looking to dominate on this side of the board and Black looking to dominate where the king is residing. So expect to see exciting chess, not right away as they organize their pieces, but certainly move in the 20s somewhere, move 30, and especially towards time control, then we're going to have some fun. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I remember the good old days when we were playing man versus machine, and Garry Kasparov was playing against the Deep Fritz, Deep Juniors, Deep Blues of the world. The idea of the human player was to close down the position, and Garry, as White, did this maneuver c4, c5, got this big roller going on the queen side and won one of his match games against one of his computer opponents using exactly this slow maneuvering.
No, it turns out that Levon did not play e5, but instead he prefaced it with c6. Now, is that going to make a big difference because it doesn't seem that white is going to be able to prevent e5 from coming up soon anyway? And perhaps he avoids like some random line where white can throw in a c6.
No, it doesn't make a big difference in my view if he's going to play e5. But
well, because for the moment knight e5 is not possible because of the c5 pawn hanging.
Exactly.
But if white were to play in response to c6 b4, then I think black would say, okay, now I better play e5 asap.
Right. Okay. So here we go. Let's just look at a couple of middle games, and my approach to the position would have been not to play c6, and I'll tell you exactly why. Okay, let's suppose we had played this maneuver e5, pardon me, for this middle game position with e5 and e4. So we get this position, and what we see is what you mentioned, Jen. White's going to play b4, a4, b5, get this beautiful pawn roller going on the queen side. So let's imagine the move knight to b8, b4, knight to c6. Now you want to go a4 and b5. So a very natural move for white would be, for example, to move knight c2. So you're preparing a4 and b5. I will play bishop f5. You will play a4, doing what you want to do, and I'm doing what I want to do. So we get a position like this, takes, and the knight goes back. Okay, so a lot of maneuvering going back and forth. Now, in this position, what I'm trying to do is build up an attack on the king side. As black, white is trying to build up an attack on the queen side. So, for example, a move like knight b4 might look very attractive. So you could play c5, c6. Notice I'm keeping my pawns on c7 and b7 for a very specific reason. I'm going to get my queen out of the way. I'm going to play queen e6. So in this position, it's very, very hard for white to open up the position beyond the a file. Okay? You play b6, I'll play c6. You go c6, I'll play b6. So the queen side is shut down and the play goes on. When you play the move c7, c6, as played in the game, let me go back. Oops. Let me just shift over here just a second. Oops. I'm not doing this very well. I apologize.
Wow,
yeah.
Nakamura played another move that we weren't expecting.
Right. Well, in fact, that's exactly what I wanted to say, was that after the move c6, black weakens the square b6, his control of the b6 square. So you always have to be careful as black about the maneuver knight on c3 to a4, and that's precisely what Hikaru played.
Right. So the idea here is that if we play knight b6, if suppose black plays some move, we can even consider just playing knight b6 immediately, because then after knight takes b6, rather than recapture and losing a pawn, we can play bishop a5.
Right.
So and then, well, even then it's not 100% because you've got knight d7, right? But then there's knight e5. Do you want to look at it?
Right. Oh, okay. Absolutely. So knight a4, so we need a move by black. So we're going to just play a poor move. Right. We'll come back and correct ourselves in a moment. And what you were saying, and we see this a lot in the advanced French defense, this idea of David Bronstein of keeping this perpetual pin, and after knight d7 to go and move like queen b6, right? The problem, of course, is at some point you're going to have to play bishop takes b6. Let's say I move my queen, right? So you have to play bishop takes b6 anyway.
Otherwise we'd be down a piece.
Precisely, precisely. Okay, and life goes on from here, right? But the crucial question is, did this move c7, c6, delaying e6, e5, make it nice for Hikaru? So, for example, after the very desirable move e5, and oh, pardon me, we do have a move by Levon. Levon did not play for e5. Instead, after the move knight a4, knight moves out of the center. Black said, okay, I'll take up I'll take a beautiful outpost in the center with this move, knight on f6 to e. Oops, I beg your pardon. With this move, knight f6 to e4, reaching into white's position and attacking this bishop on d2.
Now let's check out the timing here. Suppose white does play knight b6 here.
All right.
Does black have time to take on d2, and then after knight takes a8, knight takes f3 check, bishop takes f3. Here we're down in exchange, and it does look that in order to extricate your knight, you're going to have to give back a pawn, but that's it.
Yes, and this looks like just an exchange to the good, right?
Well, we probably win one pawn for it.
Right.
But yeah, not enough. So that means that knight
is,
e4, knight b6 is the way to try to stop black from...
Well, the question is this doable or not? Let's see. So we're going to go bishop a5, and we're looking for some trickies. Is there any real... I was looking at some ideas based on bishop c5 and queen f6, and they all look like non-starters, actually.
Right, because now we can't even play knight to d7, so it doesn't look like there's another way to protect b6, in which case this seems like definitely a viable option. Let's see, what else is there? Any other kind of active ideas here?
Well, again, I keep falling back on the same plan of e5, right?
Right, yeah.
So let me just... can I play
you just want to
e5?
play e5, and then after bishop b6, queen f6, so that you can take on e5 with the knight, right? Because of mate.
Right. So
Yeah.
let's try. Again, I keep falling back on this idea because I don't really have too many others. e5, and we're anticipating. Of course, we cannot take the pawn on e5 because that does mean bishop takes c5 will cost a piece. So any takes on e5s are out of the question. We'll take on b6 right away and say, okay, let me restore the material equality. Now queen comes to f6, and in case of what you were just mentioning, Jen, takes, there's this checkmate threat on f2, so oops, we can't take the rook.
We won't be seeing that today.
Not to be seen. Will not be seen on this channel. And instead we'll see castles. Now the question is, who stands better and why here? I like the fact that black is playing through the center, so to speak. I actually still think black is doing really good. Hikaru may have his own ideas, but let's say we drop back with, well, or should I be aggressive and keep my rook active? What do you think about the rover in such positions?
Well, rover, let's see, it doesn't look as natural as usually because of the potential discovered attack.
Right,
but that
because
means
of the bishop, you mean, yes, bishop potentially attacking this rook.
But yeah, that might just be an illusion because it's not really the case that we can just, if we move our knight, we're kind of moving our only defender away.
True.
So suppose we were to make a move like knight to e1.
Or knight to d2.
Yeah, sure, knight d2.
Knight d2. I like knight d2 just attacking the knight. Although in this case I could trade and simply go back. You prefer knight e?
No.
Maybe knight d4.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah. I was just throwing out a random knight.
You want to move the knight. Okay,
Just
so
to,
let's move the knight to
I was actually trying to pick a bad one so that it, we could show how.
Oh, yeah, how a checkmate might be possible suddenly. Okay, in that case, let's pick a bad one. We'll pick a bad one, knight e1. We'll keep the rook active for the time being, and the idea being that we might bring our queen and set up a battery against h2.
Yeah, and it looks like a pretty. I mean, it's interesting because your bishop on b6 is actually totally out of play. Like normally it would be on c1, and even that would perhaps be a better square.
Or b2 or something like that.
I mean, that being said, the c5 pawn is also preventing our own dark squared bishop from becoming active. But
one of the defensive ideas, by the way, for white is if you do get such a position, this bishop, which is frankly bad on b6, the bishop could get to a very good diagonal with bishop c7 in order to protect h2. All of this seems a little bit fantasy to me.
But I don't know. I think I like what you're saying there. I mean, black does have all the guys in the game, and knight g5 could come in as well.
We didn't see we didn't see knight b6 by Hikaru. We saw castles.
Okay, so we didn't play to try to snag that.
Instead, yeah, we thought, pardon me, at this moment, castles was Hikaru's choice, and Levon just snapped that bishop off right away and said knight takes d2.
So no more knight b6 on the menu. Although, to be fair, as we started looking at those positions more, it did look reasonable for Levon, so I can see why Nakamura wasn't so thrilled about having his bishop on b6.
True, true that. But in having said that, however, that move knight b6 would have really made the play, pardon me, given the play a rather logical flow. Let us to say you clamp down on the queen side, you want to play bishop takes b6, bishop, and get some squares on the queen side. I'm really surprised, frankly, by the move. Castles. Maurice, did you expect knight b6?
No, I didn't. And actually, as we were making a point earlier, and I think something happened, and you didn't finish your point. You were making which was that b4, a4, and b5 would actually allow you to exchange on c6. Were you making that point, or is it just me?
No, actually the point I was making there, Maurice, was that the idea, I wanted to keep the pawns on b7 and c7 to keep the position closed, so that after white plays a4 and b5, you've made this wonderful, wonderful demonstration that leads nowhere.
Right, so that's exactly what I'm saying. So now with a pawn on c6, b4, a4, and b5 would be logical, and you'd get a chance to open up files on this side. You'd definitely be able to open up on c6. So I thought that the plan for white, and actually the computer agrees with your analysis, the strategic direction, was to play the move b4 to get the queenside pawn storming down, and sooner or later you get in this a4, b5 idea, which is what your position says you should do. You point it down the board, you want to play a4, b5, very logical. See, that made c6 look a little bit suspect, not necessarily a bad move or horrible move, but the computer likes white a smidgen here. I don't think it evaluates these positions very well because they're blocked, and computers don't like blocked positions with these pawn structures that are stuck. It's hard to calculate concrete lines, but it seems like the logical way to go here. What Hikaru did with this other move he played instead, the move knight to a4, is very concrete, on the b6 square potential tactical kind of things, but it does leave the center exposed, and it's not exactly the main plan in the position. In fact, it's a plan he would have to go back to anyway, eventually. This, even with all the demonstration here, white really doesn't have any way of opening the game. He has to play for b4, a4, even if he got something planted on the square b6, at least in my opinion. So correct for Levon was to definitely grab that center square. And now, to me, the lines you guys were showing with knight b6, I mean, it's not leading anywhere for white. All you're doing is you're getting a bishop on b6. Congratulations, we'll just work around it. This rook could end up on e8 if necessary, and you saw everybody was going exit stage right. Good for black, in my view. And now, instead, he's decided to switch directions entirely and play castles, and Levon didn't need any invitation. Give me that bishop. Now the bishop is gone. He's going to have the two bishops. This bishop, after e5, it will find a way in to the square g6. After g6, bishop g7. It'll be over here somewhere. His other bishop will come alive. I really and truly like this for black, the way black has handled it. I don't think Hikaru found just the right way to turn the screws in this position. So I'd say starting to lean towards Levon and his confidence level being up. And the fact that Hikaru has not moved instantly is proof positive that he is not exactly thrilled with the way this has gone. He's watching himself lose the two bishops and with not much to show for it. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right, Maurice. Thanks. But what could he have expected when he played bishop d2? You kind of assume that at some point that bishop will be snapped off on one square or the other.
Well, maybe you're actually happy it's been removed because it was kind of passive,
well,
right?
Yeah, in that bishop b6 variations that we were looking at, the key was that you found a tactical way to play e5 regardless.
Exactly.
And that's why black was doing so outstandingly in those positions. So we are going to take our a little break, but just like we did with the Sinkfield Cup, we are going to look at a puzzle from one of the players here. And today we've got Levon Aronian. Challenge yourself. Can you find how Levon won? And we will be back with more from the St. Louis Showdown and a game that looks like it might indeed blow up as we approach time control. Hello, and we are back at the St. Louis Showdown. We have Levon Aronian against Hikaru Nakamura. We've been kind of puzzling over this strategic battle. Will Levon even get an edge in this position, even though Nakamura started with the white pieces? Well, that would be keeping in pattern with their 960 match, in which Black won every single game. But before we get back to that game, which looks like the center is blowing up, we have a Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for the answer to the puzzle that you all solved in the break.
Of course, everyone solved that puzzle. You know, it was easy. Why not, right? Well, actually, this came from a very interesting position that Levon played in the Euro Club Cup back in 2008 when he was a wee babe. He was just getting into his superstardom mode. And in this position here, obviously the king on F5 is in a lot of trouble. The question is, how do you hunt it down? How do you get at that king? The avenues seem quite closed. Well, I'm sure most of you found the move rook. Oh, and we jumped right ahead there. Sorry about that. Found the move rook to h5. Rook to h5, beautiful move, attacking the g5 pawn, and no one can defend this square. If the knight goes to e4, then f3 would take care of that knight. So white lost this rook, but only temporarily, to rook to e5 check, and now the black king had to take a march down the board. Give me that knight. And after queen to e2 check, it became abundantly clear this king's going to have to go on the g file. The rook's going to show up, and we know what queens and rooks could do. The most effective mate in all of chess. Queens and rooks working together are just devastating, especially when your king is just naked, running around the board with no protection. So Levon crushed his opponent in that game and moved on to become a world superstar. Guys, we got two superstars right here, and he looks to be deep in thought. It's probably not going to be that easy against this character, so he's got his work cut out for him. And man, it looks like he's hard at work, guys.
In fact, the position has blown up, Jennifer, as you had suggested it very well might. After the move knight takes d2, Hikaru answered with knight takes d2, anticipating e6, e5, which was played by Aronian, and Hikaru didn't want to see any stability in the position, allowing, for example, e5, e4, or e5 takes d4, and instead countered with his own center break, e4, e5, and Levon sank into deep thought after he saw this move, e5, e3, e4.
Right, so just instead of allowing black to play e4 and get those kind of reverse French structures that you were mentioning, just blowing the position back open.
Right.
So
we see this move e3, e4 by...
So suppose black just starts taking stuff.
Which he
taking
has.
on d4 or taking on e4. Okay, so he decided to take on e4 to start.
Right, and let's take a look at what was played. Captures on e4, and of course we're anticipating the recapture, knight takes e4. Now the thing here that slightly worries me is this rook is looking down the e-file, and Hikaru has to be sure not to leave the bishop on e2 hanging, although I don't see a variation which would lead to any such distress. I'm looking at take on d4,
queen d4,
queen takes d4, and the highly desirable knight takes c5 simply does not work. Queen takes, and the knight on c5 is dead. And if we move the knight to e5, much better move, queen takes, rook takes, knight b6, grabbing this bishop before it gets out of the last rank. But this looks pretty balanced. I don't see any real reason why Hikaru would think that he has any advantage here.
And knight takes e4 did indeed happen. So suppose instead of takes on d4, black plays queen h4.
Okay, queen
So let's
h4
try
is much
that.
more enterprising for certain, for sure. You're attacking this knight on e4.
If you
No?
bring and the problem is if you bring the straggler back on a4 into the action, then you've got some issues with the c5 pawn, right?
Okay, well, let's say we knight d6 immediately. I'm a little bit I'm thinking that it's going to be hard to win this pawn back. So I don't want to play knight d6 immediately. I think I'm going to play bishop f3.
So you're playing bishop f3, okay.
Just to defend the knight. But now I like your move queen h4 a lot better than what I had been recommending, Jen, because if black plays takes, queen takes, now the knight comes to e5 with a very gorgeous tempo against that bishop on f3, and maybe white has real problems suddenly to solve.
So maybe we need to go back to this position.
Right, queen h4, I like this move a lot. And Levon to play queen h4, not a common move.
You mean white to play?
Yes, not a common move, queen h4, but it seems like white's misplaced somehow.
We just need one more tempo in here.
Right, like
know,
bishop c4 and queen f3 type
of deal.
Or
b4. If we could have b4, and then perhaps we could just like move the knight back and protect c3 with knight c3.
You mean something like this?
But now the problem is that c5 hangs at the end, right?
Right, so you're thinking you can take advantage of the fact that this queen on h4 pins the knight on e4.
I mean,
and
your queen is loose too, but unfortunately knight f6 falls short too.
Right,
queen takes f6.
Exactly. Hello.
Although, yeah, that's always going to work, yeah.
So white's a little bit He's not in a good shape here for answering queen h4.
How about the passive f3? What are the tactics looking like there? I seriously hesitate to play this move because of the c5 tactics that might come up, but...
Exactly. Well, I'm thinking that, I'm going to... Well, if I go f5, you do have g3. You don't have to lose it. Well, no, that's not... f5 certainly looks like the most enterprising move to me for black. f7, f5. Now, if you move the knight, my intention is to take this pawn and try to trade queens, and I'll be a pawn ahead, frankly. So something like bishop c4 check.
Yeah, let's try
driving my king to the corner, and now g2, g3, and I'm thinking the queen would go back to h6, maybe with ideas of one day visiting the e3 square.
Or I also think that in these situations, all of a sudden, with the greater weaknesses that you have in the position, maybe I can get away with just a simple move, like a retreating move.
You mean knight g3,
yeah,
perhaps?
Just like knight g3.
With or without this check on c4. So
yeah.
After knight g3, my intention, whether it's good or not, was to take this pawn on d4 with a check, probably for provoking a trade of queens.
Right, so then c5 also hangs me, but we didn't have to play bishop e2, but then if we didn't, bishop c4, but then if we didn't, our bishop would be hanging on e2, so.
Well, the knight on g3, but yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You've got to, you're forced to make a compromise here for white.
Right, like I want to play knight takes f5, obviously.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So, on the other hand, maybe you can just play this position on a pawn down. Play something like b4 for the moment, and black still has some awkwardnesses to solve. You don't have to play. You have another idea?
Well, maybe we can take on f5 anyway. I don't know. No, probably not, because after knight, I was just thinking that after knight takes c5.
You wanted to play knight b6, but the knight on f5 is hanging to the bishop on
yeah,
c8.
or take on c5 and bishop f7, but always the knight on f5 is hanging.
Right. And also, black has the two b's and the position's opening up.
And Maurice, what do you think of all this?
Right.
I love it. I love it. It's crazy. It's wild. It's nuts. And we thought maybe after move 20 was when the action would start, but it's blown up right now. And looking at some of these variations, I see why you guys are struggling. I'm looking for moves too. Then feeding it into the computer, it's saying other stuff, and then it's changing its mind back and forth. Well, let's take a look at some of this. This move, queen h4, is definitely the right move in the position. Very electric. The queen jumps out, leaps, attacks all the way across this rank. So clearly, very good idea. There are many moves for white here. I shouldn't say there are many moves. There are a couple of moves. Your move, bishop f3, was mentioned. Yaz, you analyzed that perfectly. I won't go into that. The key move it's giving right now is indeed the move to keep the balance f3, and that is to keep the balance. For the computer, any other move for black is worse. For white, I mean, is worse immediately. f3 is the key move. Try to stabilize the position. Now, there are a lot of moves here. f5 is clearly the greediest one. I mean, just like, let's go after pawns. But the problem with f5 is actually another trick that I can't call it a real problem. Let's just take a look at the line. Queen b3 check, and how anti-positional does this look? Queen to f7, like what is happening here? There's no rhyme or reason to this chess position. Pieces are just all over the place. You can't explain this one concretely, logically, but you can explain it concretely. I'm attacking your rook, and I'm attacking their pawn you dare to move. So what are you going to do about it? Well, you're going to save your rook, obviously, after rook back. And now I'll take on f5 with the queen. All right, I'll take on e4 with the pawn, on d4 with the pawn. So now there's some disco threat with knight to f6 happening in the position. It's still chaotic. The black pieces are not coordinated. This rook and his bishop are not happy together, but none of black's pieces really seem to be in the game. But white's look funny also. This knight on a4, bishop is not happy that the pawn's on f3. The computer is saying white actually has a little edge after this g3 move. So f5, just a little bit out there. However, if you play more like Levon is likely to play, in this position, a more logical, smoother move, guys, is simply knight to f6. Add pressure to that knight. Add that additional pressure. By doing this, black frees this bishop. He can give him knight b6 and even get the bishop. The point is, white has made these compromising moves. f3, the structure looks funny. If black gets out of this situation with a few casual trades, he's going to be perfectly fine. And it looks like that's what Levon is able to do here with this move, knight to f6. Much more solid move in this position. Black looking maybe not to get a big position, but certainly not something worse. So Hikaru is going to have to look again, look hard to see what he can get as the white pieces. Guys?
Thank you so much. And just to be clear, has the move Queen H4 been played?
Yes, it has.
Yeah,
So,
your move, Jen. Bravo, bravo.
Armenia now putting Nakamura perhaps into the tank. I think Nakamura is not going to be excited about playing the move f3.
Nobody would.
He will conclude perhaps that it's a necessary evil in this position. So we'll see if Nakamura can, show us his defensive chops. He's done it before. Can he do it now? And they are continuing their 960 trend of wild positions, right? Like Maurice was saying that this pieces are so scattered in that variation, it looks like maybe it could have come from a 960 game, right? And as well, the tradition of black being on top, right?
Yeah, that's really strange because, of course, in top chess, having the white pieces is usually, the elites live for, give me the white pieces and let me go after you. Here, if you have to play this compromising move f2, f3, and as Maurice was saying, the computer thinks it's absolutely box, it's forced. Any other move, white is not able to keep the balance. And I do agree wholeheartedly that the move f7, f5 is the greediest. And that was why I looked at it first.
To explain some of the fun jargon we've been having, disco means discovered attack. I love that one.
Yeah,
that's
you like
great.
the disco?
Disco, I used to use the word boo attack, but disco's even cooler.
Boo?
And then boo, like discovered attack, like boo.
Boo, who?
Boo.
I was scared. I was scared.
But then also box is a relic of the old informant, where box means forced move.
Right. Well, the informant was trying to make a languageless annotation for a game, and the idea was in chess you have many times a situation where a move is forced, and they used a square.
Right.
And instead of calling it square or forced move, we would call it a box.
So that's when you hear
Forced
Yasser
move.
talk about a box move. It sounds like it would be something cooler than a forced move, because usually you're behind when you have to play box moves, right?
So
Not
then,
always, though.
So then the point is that if move f2, f3 is forced, and as Maurice was saying, it does make a lot of weaknesses in white's camp, the e3 square, exposing the king on g1 to tactical checks one day. And this very solid move, knight f6, white has issues. This is just not a very pleasant decision for white to make. You like to play a move like g2, g3, gaining a tempo, but on the other hand, it really does compromise the king's position, especially the h3 square.
And it's so convenient that we have that little h6 square due
Exactly.
to the fact that your bishop on c1 has disappeared.
Well, exactly right. On the other hand, any trades, knight takes f6 check, queen takes f6. This knight on a4 is not looking good. Has to go to b6. Rook goes to b8. If you allow this bishop into the game with bishop f5, I don't like that at all. Capturing the bishop is no great shakes either. Captures. I'm going down a rather forcing looking path, but at the end of the day, white's in trouble, frankly. The pawn on c5 is hanging, as well as the bishop on e2. This is just no man's land. You don't want to go here as white.
This is looking pretty scary. Well,
exactly. And Maurice, how on earth is white going to keep the balance after knight f6? I'm not sure I see it.
Well, you know me. Moves like f3 is like I'm not playing that junk. So if I have to, I guess I do. But stylistically, it's not me. And I don't think stylistically it's Nakamura either. So I wondered, well, what else could he do, right? And the computer is saying, you got to play f3. Shut up, fool. Just play f3. Do what you have to do. But I wondered, as is typical of when I'm in trouble, I like to sack something. Like, let me change the nature of the game. So I thought of the move knight to d6. Just, obviously, I'm going to drop the pawn right here on d4. So I'm straight down a pawn. But I do have a pawn on d6. I'm not worried about anything else anymore so strongly. And so now let's try this analysis. And it's so much fun to analyze with engines because they'll just keep going. It's like, yeah, you may think you have something, but we're going to just refute this garbage. So I said, okay, so refute my garbage. And so we started with the move rook to e1. And now the greed move, queen f6. Let's go get it. What's your pawn doing there? It looks so free. What are you going to do about it? And now some tricks emerge from the position. Bishop to d3. Now, by the way, why am I doing any of this? Intuitively, I feel like I'm justified with your pieces not being awake yet. I'm dreaming. I'm hoping. Like, these guys are not awake. Mine are. Knight can go in b6. This knight is frozen, so otherwise my knight comes in. So I'm hoping this all works. So now the move bishop to d3, attacking this piece. And now rook takes e1 and queen takes e1. And now, again, can this guy rob my pawn? Well, it turns out queen takes d6 is actually fine for white because of this insane move, which I didn't see. Knight to b6, the computer found. Like, whoa, like, what's that about? Knight b6, well, if you take this piece, suddenly you fall for this nasty check. Hey, my queen's back. Oops, bam, bishop h7, and you're out of there. The queen's dropping. So suddenly, knight b6 just literally just comes out the blue. And if you move the rook away, say, okay, so you're just pretending I'm going to take you now. Well, suddenly bishop f5, adding more pressure, and you still cannot take the knight because of the same tactic we just saw, and white is still putting pressure on. In fact, because of the queen e8 check threat, white's better. It's hard to stop this move from happening on the board. The computer's already giving white a serious advantage. For example, if you stop this idea with king to f8, now bishop takes on d7, bishop takes d7, and how you like this move, Yaz? Bam! Queen to e5. Oh, whoa, like juicy stuff. Queen takes, of course, runs into knight takes on d7. So lots to analyze there. So just crazy chaos. So back to this idea with the queen dropping and them grabbing our pawn, knight b6. Here, the crazy engine gives the move knight to e5 as a response. Forget the rook. Let's go after your bishop. But here it's saying that black right now. This is the challenge these players have. And if Nakamura can go down this line, it's absolutely unclear. There's crazy stuff. There's more stuff to show here. I thought I saw one line with a queen a5. I don't even remember what the line was. We go back here. We looked at this. I'm sorry. I'll get it together. But as you can see, it's crazy stuff on this chessboard. And Nakamura, he does not, and he did not want to play f3. But guess what? He played it anyway. So we're not going to see any of this chaos happen as he's played the super solid move f3. But wow, isn't chess a crazy game?
Indeed. Wow. Didn't want to play it, but played it anyway. I think that's an apt description here of f3.
Maurice, I'm completely with you 100%. My first instinct was to play the move knight d6 and get into that position, the starting position that you were mentioning, with taking down those amazing tactics that came later. I was up for queen takes d4. You know me. I'm grabbing pawns and wanting to trade off queens. Your analysis went with the pawn grab. I wasn't sure that white was justified in this very risky play. And I suppose that the deep contemplation, neither was Hikaru. He did end up playing the move f2, f3, which the computer recommended. But I haven't found the answer yet to how on earth is Hikaru going to equalize now after that safe, solid move of knight f6, which Maurice mentioned
I don't
ages
think
ago.
I think he's going to be under some pressure, and we are going to see an exciting battle here. We've got so much going on in St. Louis all the time these days with the schools and the Grandmaster Invitational. This is just an example, just an ordinary day at the St. Louis Chess Club. But one of the biggest events that's come here recently is the latest show at the World Chess Hall of Fame, Living Like Kings. In fact, for their opening, they had Arisa of the Wu-Tang Clan come out, and apparently it was the most packed exhibition in World Chess Hall of Fame history here in St. Louis, in the 3-year history here before it was in Miami.
Absolutely.
And there was a line outside to get into the Hall of Chess Fame.
What had happened is we had a function that evening. At the start, Rex, Jeannie, myself, and many others, of course, had gone to the opening of Living Like Kings with the intention of returning. We went to our function, we returned, and the line stretched way past the Starbucks, which is the immediate neighbor to the World Chess Hall of Fame, way past. It was going to take us better part of 2 hours to get back in.
And
we ended up going to dinner because it was too packed.
Because you didn't have the connections to break in through that line.
This
is an egalitarian game, right?
Absolutely.
All the box.
Yeah,
you go in the same box. But yeah, it's actually a fusion of hip hop, chess, and street art. There's a video on the first floor, which is fantastic. So those of you who are in St. Louis or striking distance, come on down, check it out.
You gotta visit.
And here's a little clip that gives you some insight into Living Like Kings, which is live here in St. Louis until April of next year.
Cool.
Well, let's just say if you're in a chess match and hip hop, say you're an aspiring hip hop artist. And you look up to certain people like, say, Jay-Z or Kanye West, that would be your kings, rather. And then you've got pawns, you got your people around you that, are just making moves that are not making as many moves as the actual higher-up players. You kind of pay respect to the people that are above you and that have come before you and paved the way for you. So, in a sense, the king has to respect its pawns because it's making its way across the board for him to be able to dominate the other side. And it's pretty much the same thing on hip-hop. So right now, if you look at me in the scale of being an aspiring hip-hop producer, I would have to look up to Kanye and Timberland and Pharrell because at the moment now, I'm just a pawn trying to make my way across the board pretty much with them behind me because they paved the way. Say, for instance, I'll use Timberland. That's my favorite producer, so I use him as the example. He is completely abstract no matter what genre of music that he does, but it's overall still him. But he'll take a pop song and he'll take it off this way. He'll take the components of what he's heard that's made successful top 5 pop songs, and then he'll Timberlanderize it, like however you want to call it, and he'll add his components to that. And that's just with anything. So I look at, what he's doing, and then I apply what I want to do to his success pattern. And I try to capture that and then add my own little part to it. I just plan to, my style, whether it be music, fashion, just the way I carry myself, to just spread across my peers and people under me, and maybe some people above me too, to be able to get them to look at me as in the sense of, well, he did this, this, and this, and I need to do what he did, and then add this to it, so that I can just be another chain link in the side of, progressing society. If they stopped right here, picking up the slack where they stopped, and then taking it further for the generation after me for the next game, we ultimately know what we want to do. We want to be at the very top of the hip-hop hierarchy. So whether it be they want to be the next Outkast, and I want to be the next Timberland, we know what we need to do to be able to get that accomplished. So the overall objective on the other side, on your chess side, is, you want to be able to trap the king so that it can make, obviously no move. So everybody has to work in harmony, doing their own specific part without paying attention to the other person, and then being able to come together too at the same time for the overall objective. I'm gonna be one of the next super producers.
Hey, and welcome back to the St. Louis Showdown.
Yes, indeed, and we're really getting an exciting moment in the game because during our break we were looking at 2 moves for black: Queen H4 to H6, with the idea of coming to E3 check. But I'm still struggling, Jen. I really am. I just don't see a very good equalizing move against knight d7 to f6 for Hikaru. In other words, I think Levon has a very comfortable game and may be getting an edge after this very solid move. And we see on the clocks, by the way, 40 minutes. So Hikaru's significantly behind. 18-minute advantage. It doesn't mean anything in terms of the game, but just means that Hikaru, it kind of shows that Hikaru is not completely satisfied with the outcome of the position.
Right, of the right to be playing a little faster. So some of our candidates here, bringing our knight back to c3 to defend d4. We could try knight b6. We could try knight takes f6. But all of these moves seem to lead to very pleasant positions for black.
Precisely. Precisely. I haven't found one that I'm wholly satisfied with. Well, just for example, one move looks reasonable. Let's just leave it at that. Reasonable move, knight coming back. But then why did you go to the a4 in the first place? Bishop comes out. Black's play is pretty straightforward. He just wants to centralize his rooks. With the center blowing up, having the two bishops, Black has to be very happy.
Yeah, well, it's just one of those games where all of Black's pieces seem to be in more favorable positions than White's counterparts, with the exception of the rook on a8.
Exactly.
But everything else, from the king on g8 being super safe to the king on g1 now being exposed, to the queens, to the bishops, to the knights, you know, to the minor pieces rather.
All the way doing a checklist.
It's only that rook on a8 that needs to get into the game, and it's not that far behind.
Maurice, help me out here. How is White going to equalize after knight f6?
What are you asking me for? I mean, dude, this position is tough. Black is unleashing the power of his pieces. Remember that dark square bishop. That is the problem piece for White. He does not want to see that piece wake up. He lost his own bishop, and he has to prove, whenever you lose a dark square bishop, you want to prove that you're so powerful in the light squares, guys should never have given up his bishop, his knight for your bishop, because your bishop disappears from the board. You know he's going to dominate the dark squares, so you've got to argue that your knights are going to dominate the light squares, and his dark square bishop is going to be garbage. So this piece dare not, showing the game that is White dare not let this piece appear in the game, that bishop on f8. The problem is that his pieces already not so well coordinated, and also the dark square is already creaky. You can see it. I mean, d4, his move f3 did nothing to contribute to that. And there's some lines here. For example, the move you mentioned, it ain't that easy as knight back to c3. Black can get even more daring and just play rook d8 and say, your dark squares, defend. Your pawn's hanging now. What are you going to do about it? Oh, I have no bishop, and your pawn, there's no pawn to defend it. So this backward pawn is going to suffer an ignominious fate. So what's the problem here for what's the solution here for White? There's one line you could try, that is knight to b6, and this is a bit trickier. Take on c8, now saying I have a light square bishop you cannot oppose, so I'm going to now play the move bishop to c4. Very sneaky, this computer, coming up with this line. Now if you take on e4, you open up the file for the rook, and suddenly the rook is hitting the f7 square, and that is fine for White. White is very happy that this happened, but Black doesn't have to fall for that. Black can play much more solidly. Simply capturing on d4 is one idea. Another idea is to move rook to c7, just to guard that in advance and just keep the pressure on and get ready to double rooks. So the ideas here for Black. The reality is White's opening advantage, it's gone. It's history. Forget about it. It is now Black who is pressing and pressing to see if he can get a big enough edge to push White over the edge. Hikaru definitely in trouble here, and it's just a simple move like knight f6. Levon, I don't think he's going to play f5. That's just way too sharp, not characteristic of his style. Knight f6 is certainly the move he should be looking at right now, and I think he's studying that option really carefully, using some time on his clock. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. While you were talking and explaining the differences of knight and bishop in those middle games, one thought did occur to me where Hikaru might be able to keep things interesting. After the move knight f6, which we all think is a wise decision, queen takes f6. Again, knight b6, I'm trying to justify the knight being way off sides on the rim. Now knight b6, rook b8, and I like that idea of knight takes c8. Another thought that came into my mind was the move d5. At least with this move d5, I'm trying to keep the bishop on f8 out of the game for as long as I can, and trying to avoid these lines with rook d8 that Maurice mentioned. Pawn takes d5. Yeah, looks okay to you, Jen. If I take on d5 with the knight, I'm looking at queen c6 coming over, and I've got issues both with my knight and pawn. So I was thinking about, okay, here we go, hold your breath, queen takes d5, bishop to e6, developing with a gain of tempo. At least the knight is on b6. I don't really know what else are white's trumps. I still like black's position here, but at least the knight's in the game and the bishop on f8 for the time being. The bishop on f8 doesn't have a major say in the position.
Right, so what we really want to do is try to get f5 and e4 in at some moment, that f5 move that you were mentioning earlier. Now, so again, why can't the knight take on d5? So you're saying queen c6, because it does look like rather natural. So after queen c6, you were saying that you're attacking...
I was afraid of bishop takes c5 check as well as rook d8. I'm afraid of this move, rook d8. I'm in this kind of awkward pin. I didn't see a good way of dealing with that threat, actually.
Right, yeah, so I would wanted to play, I want to play like b4 and bishop c4.
Right, you need to get a couple of moves in, but this move rook d8 is coming fast, and rook d8, bishop e6. Sorry, let me just, rook d8 and bishop e6. My knight on d5 might end up being an embarrassment.
So the disco attacks don't work because f6 is covered by the queen and e7 is covered by the bishop.
Yeah.
But let's put it on the board. So rook d8.
Well, hold on. After queen c6, you mean b4?
Oh, b4, yeah, to protect c5.
Let's see that move b4, protecting the pawn on c5. The move that frightens me, frankly, is rook david 8, putting that queen, putting the knight in a pin to the queen. And in case we protect the knight with bishop c4, then bang, bishop e6, and suddenly, oops. Major issue here.
Yeah, we're one move behind here because if we could get queen b3 and rook d1 in,
then we've got a good thing going.
This would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
but,
just not. The timing is once again wrong for white. So we besides the move knight f6, which strangely enough Levon seems to be struggling with, the alternative move that I was considering for Levon was the move queen h6, something I kind of like a little bit too about that move. I can easily understand why black would be attracted to that, because so you want to go queen e3 check and to take the pawn.
And perhaps f5. So if we were to just play king h1.
King h1, getting out of those queen e3 ideas that has been mentioned. And do I have any wonderful ideas?
Now you can try f5 again, and d6 is covered by the queen on h6.
Unlike those previous lines, but now I just feel like I'm weakening my king for no apparent reason. You had mentioned the knight can coming back to g3. Nah, queen h6 doesn't do it for me. I'm thinking knight f6 is both good and
natural,
strong and natural. So we're back to knight f6. Again, this is, okay, not maybe the greatest for white, but, oh, I think I was throwing, I apologize, I think I was throwing in knight b6 earlier. And we had got to this position, and at least it's unbalanced, and again, I do prefer black's position, but maybe not by a great deal, just because the bishop on f8 is not yet in the game. If the bishop were on, for example, h6 square or d4 square or some much more active diagonal, I would much prefer black's position here. I'm not convinced it's so bad. Or for white, I'm saying, if white is able to play the move b2, b4, bishop c4, trade off the two bishops' advantage, that queenside majority might give Hikaru optimistic situation. Maurice, thoughts?
Just looking at this position a bit more deeply, Yaz, this line you mentioned is really interesting. Opens immediately. Instead, it opens later. And slowly as the game opens, the bishops start to dominate. And Steinitz used to really show how those two bishops could win a game. You don't want to necessarily open the game too quickly. The knights can take advantage of it if your bishops aren't ready. Well, if you look at this line you just mentioned, knight f6, knight b6 over, sorry, this is not the move I was looking for. I was looking for knight f6, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, now knight to b6, rook to b8, d5, following this line, cd5, and now queen takes d5, bishop to e6. This line is really interesting. Black does have this threat, yes, queen g5. So if queen e4, as you mentioned, queen g5 is a little bit annoying because bishop h3 might be in the position at some moment. He has to be careful. His rook can't go up to f2 because the other rook is hanging here. The computer is giving this move, and I'm not saying it's necessarily the best one, but I just want to follow this line because it's instructive. After the rook goes to b8. Now the move queen to e3, preventing queen g5 was the main point here. And now if you look at it, black has very limited moves. Black finds it hard to absolutely make progress here. White might even be flicking in a c6 at any moment. But black has this weird move, bishop to e7. The point being, he wants to trade off bishops and get his strong bishop somewhere like on this diagonal. And maybe, can you imagine, on d4? If this can happen where the queen ends up here and then the bishop ends up and the bishop somehow marches around the board and ends up on d4, then you have a monster piece sitting on d4. And these two bishops would be awesome. And then you got the f pawn, the e pawn coming down the board. There'd be a lot of energy there. So that's an interesting line in this position for black. But he has to believe in his position. He has to believe, don't look for anything forcing. Just play solidly, let the position just flow normally and get to where you need to go. But it's annoying, though. If you think you have an edge, what do you normally do? You think, I got to prove something. I got something here. Maybe I can win that d4 pawn somehow, something concrete. That line demands ultra patience, and you're not even sure you're winning in that line, or even that much better. The computer's giving only a slight edge to black. So that looks like a viable line, Yaz. Like, white could go for that. He'd be a little worse, but not dead. And not even close to dead, as a matter of fact. There's some fighting chances there. And I think Levon is looking hard. He probably wants that f5 move to come in. What do I get? I want something, and that want may prove elusive, and he might just be losing lots of time on his clock, especially we look at the clock is ticking down. He had a huge edge a second ago on the time. Now it's back down to only about 5 minutes. So a very important moment in this game is occurring right this second as one of the top players in the world is befuddled as to what he should do next. Guys?
The complications can always be mesmerizing, and I recall this from several years ago. It was actually a tournament in Vaikanze, Holland, where Levon Aronian was playing against one of the Chinese players. I'll recall his name in a moment. And the game was enormously complex, and I was a part of the post-mortem where the two players were analyzing. And what was really shocking, this is about 5 years ago, what was really shocking was the incredible calculation that Levon Aronian had been doing during the game. And the Chinese player was sitting there just eyes wide open going, wow, interesting, interesting, interesting. So he can get caught up in deep calculating ideas, and he's burning a lot of clock, but he does, as Maurice knows, as Maurice stated, pardon me, that this is a key moment in the game. If he
critical
can,
moment, as we like to say.
A critical moment. So he's taking his clock while he needs to, but I suspect he's calculating a lot of the positions that we have shown even further than what we have at the moment. Because there are other tempting ideas. The greedy f7, f5, but that queen b3 check and queen f7. maybe we'll just take a quick look at that, if we don't mind.
Yeah, let's look at that again.
Because, again, this is the very greedy move that I wanted to play.
And the first move you look at it because it's kind of the most forcing, right?
Absolutely. You always look at the most forcing moves first. And
in that vein?
Yeah, I was thinking knight g3, queen takes d4 check, and that was favorable for black. But this move, queen b3 check, king steps out of the check, queen f5, as Maurice had mentioned, this double attack, rook e7, queen takes f5, and before you give up on the line right away, you say to yourself, well, I've got this wonderful disco against the queen on f5.
Too bad you can't play take on c5, though.
Right, yeah, so you start looking at the knight discovered attacks against the queen, and then you have to
knight
go...
f6 is the only one you can really consider, because the other ones fail to queen takes f8 mate.
Precisely. The queen's under attack. It looks like queen g. So again, we see a very, very forcing sequence of moves. Queen takes g5, knight takes g5. Pawn takes. Looks like you're getting a discovered against this bishop on e7. E2, pardon me. So you keep going whenever you get these very concrete moves. You keep going, and then you go bishop c4, and maybe then you stop. And you go, I'm no longer satisfied that this move, that this variation is good for me. You unwind the whole variation, you go back to the position at hand, and you come up with your second candidate move, and so forth, all the way down the line until you find a line that you like.
And this is the Grandmaster tree, right? The
Yes.
tree of analysis, as they call it.
Right.
And so ideally what you would have is you have a picture of this position in your brain.
Right.
But you wouldn't have to recalculate every time. And you could see, you know, this is not really an improvement over my initial position, so I'm probably not going to play this one.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's exactly what goes on in the Grandmaster progression, if you will. Maurice.
Guys, if I may jump in, you know, what you just described to me as reminds me of water torture, like Chinese water torture. Like, you know, we all have been there, right? You get this good position, you're looking, and you look, and that's not good. I know I got something. And you go back, and you look down another line. Oh, that's not good. And you look at another line. Oh, that's not good. And you come back to your first line. Okay, what's going on? I think I'm better. And it takes a while sometimes to go, wait, maybe I'm not that much better, and I should be thinking of equalizing this position, right? And finally you decide on a move, maybe you didn't even like that great in the first place. You just, I've got to make a move. And now he's taking on d4, which I don't think is one of the top candidates in this position. But it is on the board now. So a long think, often long thinks don't lead anywhere. They sometimes lead to real mistakes. So what I just heard from you was just reminded me of so many of the mistakes I made over the day, where you sit and think for 45 minutes and then you make a horrible move because you can't sit and think much longer, and you don't rewind your brain and get fresh eyes about the position at hand. So hopefully Levon, of course, he's been 28-30 for a reason. He's trained himself not to get into too long a think in those situations. He's played a move that we did not expect, guys. So it's time to unwind everything, clear the slates, and look at this move. E takes a d4.
All right, so e takes d4, that another forcing move. So naturally, it's going to be part of his tree.
Now we have to look at the position once again with fresh eyes. So
let me look at this really briefly at the very beginning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we thought after queen takes d4, we didn't see, well, scintillating isn't exactly the word, but we didn't see a very clear follow-up that would necessarily attract us to this variation. But let's see the forcing move knight f6.
Now, one point that f5 does not win material, because you do have that in-between check move with queen c4 check. And then you can remove the knight from attack, and everything is protected, right?
Right.
So.
The queen is protecting the bishop. We've got this knight d6, so in case of a queen trade... well, wait a minute. Hold on. There's going to be a b7, b5 at the end of this variation. Excuse me.
Well, even then, though, there's bishop f7 in between her.
Lots of Swish-and-Zooks, huh?
Yes, indeed. I mean, it does.
Rook f8 and
I
pieces are hanging, Jen. Did we mess up for
let's go
Hikaru?
back. That's what we did wrong, but
I think we messed up for Levon. Let's go back
you
here.
mean for Hikaru?
Yeah, for Hikaru, I beg your pardon. We don't have to jump into d6. Perhaps we
No.
have to just rein in our horses a bit.
Not to mention there's also the queen f7 move again cropping up.
Oh, yes. That is a very crafty move indeed with the old double attack.
And so here, if rook e7, queen takes f5, and again we have to check some of those disco attacks, but again, you can't take on c5 because the queen takes f8, so...
But here,
White's up a pawn.
maybe one key difference is you don't have that queen g5. Remember, the pawn was on e5 and d4, so there wasn't a hanging bishop on e2. Now queen g5 will just trade everything and gobble a bishop and ask for you to sign. Yeah, ask for the check. Sign my score sheet if you please, Mr. Grandmaster. So, just a second. So let's give this f5. Queen f7.
No, but the point is that black's not going to play f5.
Because of simply knight g3, or what? Why isn't black playing f5? I'm sorry.
Oh, right. Yeah, in this position, knight g3, sure.
Right, knight g3. Oops, sorry, that was our first variation. Knight g3, offering a trade of queens. If the trade is accepted, well, hold on, this f5 pawn. I'm looking at, again, sorry, I'm looking at the most forcing variations first. Knight takes c5, knight b6, rook b8, knight takes c8. This is imbalanced, but bishops of opposite color. Oops, I took with the wrong rook, I apologize. Knight takes f5.
Yeah, not to mention...
More a draw than advantage for either player. Not to mention...
Right.
Sorry?
So Nakamura on move, and lots of exciting variations, but somehow I don't think f5 is what's up Levon's sleeve.
Right.
We are going to take another quick break, and we'll be back for more from the St. Louis Showdown, and a game that seems like it's
Heating up.
Yes, heating up and
boils
clarifying at the same time.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah,
and we'll find out.
It crystallizes, doesn't it?
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peters Fiddler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peters Fiddler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. All this month, Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Showdown, one of my favorite little videos playing there in the break with just such a wonderful variety of events that had been hosted by the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. From the opening of the World Chess Hall of Fame, where you saw co-founder Jeannie Singfield cutting the ribbon and opening up the Hall of Fame, right? Yeah.
Really special.
And then you saw some events at the museums, with
US
the whole chess one
championships.
in there.
I caught that.
Nakamura winning a U.S. Chess Championship right here in St. Louis.
Right, and
So.
Gata and Arena Crush.
This year.
Beautiful smiles.
And last year.
And last year. Who else? The perennial champions.
That's right. So we've got a lot of excitement going on here in St. Louis and in the game as well. You were pointing out that both Nakamura and Levon have taken quite a long time on their respective 16th and 17th moves.
Right.
You thought it was a case of long think, wrong think for Levon Aronian, maybe not playing the most accurately to press that advantage with e takes d4, and now Nakamura responding instead of queen takes d4, which we expected, instead playing bishop c4, hitting on f7.
Right. And really, during our break, I was talking to Maurice and saying, why on earth is Hikaru spending so long not playing the move queen d1 takes d4, which seems so good and natural and forcing. Instead, indeed, after a rather long thing, played the move bishop c4, which is a surprise. As you say, though, in its favor, the move is biting down on f7. And there was a variation some time ago where we pointed out that if there was a trade on the e4 square, that would be an opportunity perhaps with this bishop on c4 for white to try to get some kind of initiative type stuff going. But bishop c4 just doesn't look like it's the right move. I don't know. You want to recapture this pawn, and I'm not at all sure that this is a good move, in fact, by Hikaru. Let's imagine instead of knight f6, how about the move knight e5, which is something you want to do anyway. Bring your knight to a nice, solid, safe square. You're picking up a pretty juicy tempo against that bishop. Presumably, white does not want to allow black the opportunity in the near future of grabbing the bishop. I can only imagine that Hikaru's intention is to retreat.
Yeah, that's what you want with
maintaining. Yeah. Now, okay, we're a solid pawn ahead. It feels like at least a solid pawn to me. Now I'm oscillating here a bit. I think I'm just going to play the direct and safe bishop f5. I could play bishop e6. Bishop e6 has something to say, suggest itself. I want to play bishop f5 and, of course, rook on a8 to d8, defending my pawn on d4. That looks pretty good. I could also, in this position, play rook e8 to d8. Once again, just simply protecting my pawn on d4. I don't get it. I don't see what it is that has attracted Hikaru to this gambit variation.
All right, so let's see. How is he going to put more pressure on f7? Doesn't seem easy, that's for
Feasible,
sure.
yeah. The desirable, you want to make a battery, but the problem is queen b3. You're just running dead smack into bishop e6. Forget about that. That just didn't work at all.
So b7 hangs, but unfortunately a2 is hanging in the background as well.
Exactly. That's a simple skewer. You don't want to end up losing the bishop on a2. So let's take that move back. Hold on. We've got to go back
here. So where were we? So we were at knight e5, and you were suggesting bishop a2. So
just a second. Let me just refresh my board for a moment. So we're here, yes, and so I was saying knight e5. Do you like bishop a2? You kind of think it's reasonable, right?
Well,
what else?
Well, the other option would be to play queen takes d4 anyway.
Allowing the trade of the...
Yeah, I mean, that's the other option, winning back the pawn.
Yes, which we could have taken right away, right? And, okay, you've got to go probably something like queen takes c4, bishop coming out. And it's a case of two bishops versus two knights. And black should be satisfied with that, we would think. So we were looking at bishop a2.
So how about we throw in the in-between move, knight b6?
Okay, normally speaking, you could have played knight b6 without allowing something like knight takes c4. But okay, I'll fall for it. Rook b8. Just play as if you could have played knight b6 on many occasions, different occasions. And now...
So same thing, except now you only have one bishop. Basically, I'm going to take on...
c8?
Take on c8 and take on d4 again.
Okay. Looks fair enough. But okay, I'll bring my rook with a gain of tempo against the queen. And looks okay to me. It looks, frankly, that black is doing fine to better.
Yeah, so it's a little dicey because c5 is, things are kind of hanging in the air a little bit. I got to watch myself. Mm-hmm. But maybe I can somehow salvage this as well.
Right, and then the other question, though, Jen, is that in that moment when you played...
Okay, but wait a second. Is there some... I see. Yeah, so knight e5 is such a great move because not only does it attack c4, but it also stops against little tactics because I was trying to find ways where I could play bishop f7 and knight d6 check.
Was on d4 and you get a nice little e5.
It's never going to work with a knight on e5 because you can always just recapture with the knight.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So knight protects f7. So those tactics that you're kind of looking for just don't exist in the position. But we do have a move. Move has been made because Hikaru's up from the... No, Hikaru's move, bishop c4, has been made. Now we're expecting knight e5, and we were looking at this move, knight b6, in this exact moment. And now how about my trying to sacrifice something?
Oh, just play knight c4 right away because there is the knight e3.
Tricks amongst other things, correct. So, and then your knight is way off in Bozo land over there. And then rook takes, bishop e6, rook takes, rook... Oh, but this is different. Now I can pick up a tempo against the queen. Excuse me. This is very different from those lines that we were looking at where there was a queen on d4. Now there's a rook on d4. This might work out well for white. So that's why rook b8 is probably...
So you're playing rook b8 immediately instead.
Yes. That's right. Rook b8 immediately.
And then I was taking on c8 and...
You were, and I was recapturing. You were taking on d4. I was just taking along this tempo, rook d8, before capturing the bishop.
And it looks very good for black, yes.
Exactly. No issues here at all.
So suppose instead of taking on c8, then that leads us to the same positions, just transposes if we slide our bishop back, you're going to play bishop f5 and have just a very pleasant position.
We think so. Let's just continue that for a while. If we slide our bishop back, this is a very straightforward move, bishop f5, I like it, but also there is this move rook d8, pardon me, trying to maintain the pawn on d4, and well, maybe I like that more. I'm an old pawn grubber, you know me, Jen.
And now, if instead of bishop a2, we play knight d6 in this position.
Okay, we'll take that move back, just a second. Where do we go?
Not knight c8 and not bishop a2, but rather just knight d6 here.
Knight David 6, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got to take it. I'll look at my alternatives in a moment, but I sure got to take it. Now let's pause. Okay, so this big pawn on d6. Am I scared of that pawn? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let's say I'm scared. Let's say I play rook d8 with the idea I really want to eliminate this pawn.
Right. So instead of taking immediately, let's see now. So now we almost want you to take on c4, so then we can take back with the knight and
defend
guard.
the pawn. Yes.
Yeah. Our other option here is to play f4.
Okay.
To try to induce. Well, the problem is that when you play knight c4, I'm going to take back with the knight.
Okay.
And then I guard stuff, but you don't have to play knight c4. Now you could play knight g4 as well.
Which is very
into e3 and threatening h2.
Very attractive, the old double attack. In this case, though, I'm letting the pawn on d6 live.
True, but it still looks pretty good.
Let me be straightforward about things. If I take this, you have to recapture with the knight.
And
What you're mentioning?
b5, huh?
I'm thinking that I wouldn't have to play b5.
I do
That's
have c6 at the end of the variation, but then you're going to be left with the superior minor piece.
Maybe
Let's
here or
see.
there.
Well, here I can
take with the rook, perhaps.
What's wrong with taking with the knight?
Nothing.
Just to kind of be a little trickier, if you will.
Okay.
You know, rook b7 fails to perhaps, well, maybe
There's a
doesn't
knight
fail.
e7 check.
Well, knight e7 might not be that great, right? Because after queen e7, rook c8, rook d8. But what about like knight a5 or something more prosaic might be good? I
was thinking about rook h6 and going on the attack. You know, you like going after kings.
But is that mating after knight takes b8?
It's not? Oh my.
Let's go chopping.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, but I'm not Levon Aronian, so.
Your king's going to go on a run. You got to go to f2 and I'll pick a...
I want to show the people a checkmate.
You like the checkmates. Okay. Here
That's
you
what I'll
better
say if I'm
play.
wrong.
You better play queen f3.
Yeah.
You better play queen f3. Now hold on. What have I sacrificed? I've sacrificed a rook, but I've got a couple of pawns. A lot of pawns. Wait a minute. What am I saying? Not a couple, but a lot.
F3, yeah.
And I've got threats of things like rook f6 as a threat, and just simply development. I don't think white wants anything to do with this.
No, that's queen b8. Queen takes b8.
It's annoying, right?
It's a good move. It looks like you're about to mate me and play queen d2 question mark on
Right.
king g1.
Right. No. But these are all very sharp variations, and the players are getting bogged down.
And we've got to move. So instead of
these-
your knight e5, Levon has played knight to f6, a move that we've seen in various positions today.
Earlier, yes. So, in fact, I think we had a variation like this with queen, when somehow the queen was going to d4 and the bishop was going to c4. But here, I think Hikaru better take that opportunity to either play knight b6 or queen d4. Now, I'm thinking he better play knight b6 because that knight is, frankly speaking, offside. I mean, look at that knight on a4 here, Jen. Be serious. I mean, it's terrible.
A4? Yeah.
Yeah, if you go bishop f5 and rook d8, that knight remains offside. You're going down. I mean, you're simply losing. So I'm thinking knight b6 is, and he did in fact.
And there are two particularly ugly things about White's position, though, to be honest. It was the knight on a4, which is now not there anymore, but also that pawn on f3. It's such an undesirable fate for White.
Right.
You know, Ben Feingold, who is often the grandmaster in residence here at the chess club, I think one of his rules is don't move the f pawn. Of course, he's being a little tongue-in-cheek, but
very much so, by the way.
Better to err on the side of not moving it. That's his point.
Right. Well, I mean, he basically says f2, f3 is always bad. And the idea is if you've got a king on g1, and there goes the bishop. The players are finally beginning to play a little bit quicker. It was like there was a dam there for a little while where the players were really
trying to figure out what to do as the position was starting to open up, and that's a quite critical moment of the game.
Right.
You know, it's funny how f3, you see that in all sorts of openings, but you rarely see f6. So, I mean, that's just a demonstration of why White, it's better to be White, right?
Like, you can get away with things
You can
like
get away
F3.
with f3. It's a part of the staple theory in a lot of openings, but f6 is, it's hard pressed to come up with openings where f6 is a staple of theory.
True.
There are some.
True that. So we have seen this capture on c8. Levon, just thinking, we anticipate that Levon would, of course, recapture. And unfortunately, isn't this a position where Maurice was saying that after queen takes d4, knight takes e4, f takes e4, rook to c7, shoring up the f7 pawn, and maybe it was a slightly different variation, but he thought that black was actually, well, the machine, pardon me, the chess engines were actually preferring black's position.
Okay, but is it a case of theoretical preference? Because it does seem that there's not that many pawn breaks and that you are going to be somewhat tied down to this attack on the f7 pawn.
Right, right.
So we might just like tie you up and then what?
Right, some kind of offsetting weaknesses. There's a weakness on e4, there's a weakness on f7, and so far this bishop, the dark square bishop on f8 hasn't jumped into the game. I think we're going to call this balance. Maurice, is that your take as well?
Well, it looks more or less balanced. The only difference in this position, though, is it's White with the pawn weaknesses, right? So this pawn on e4 is a problem, and this bishop on g7 along these lines could become quite lively. I mean, if you think about this position, for example, this rook has just gone to c7. Let's just make a move like rook to e1 here and then bring this rook over. And now what black wants to do is to play the move g6, and somehow get the bishop on g7, and maybe someday get this pawn push forward. It doesn't seem very likely yet, but the dark square control is interesting. It's definitely only a slight pull for black, but also there's an idea of bringing the pawn up to this square, bring the bishop here, and what about dropping a bishop on e5? That's a nice square, and then in that case he can bring his king up. Bishop on e5 will shield everything. You'll never get anywhere in that line. So let's say, for example, let's just make a random move, which we like to do. Well, this pawn is not quite hanging because of that, so we'll just play the move b4, and I play this move g6, and White has to be careful. No random moves allowed, because this move, bishop up, queen dropping back, let's say, and now bishop here to e5, and suddenly this is just a rock. And this king, I'm going to make a silly move because g3 is probably better. Now king up, and black is secure. Black can lift his weakness, play the move f6. And that weakness is history now, and it may be back to this e-pawn that the whole story will be about. So not much, not a tremendous amount for black. It's bishop opposite color position, but with major pieces on the board, usually that suggests that the side with the initiative will be at advantage. And black is solid. There are 0 losing chances. That's it. Black is perfectly fine. It is White that has to maintain the balance. Of course, you don't become a 2760, 2780 like Nakamura has, not being able to maintain certain balances when you're at a slight disadvantage. But it's still him being pressured here. Black can be content that he's okay. Although I might add, he really did not play this optimally. Black had other chances. Knight to e5 was clearly a strong way to play. He just played this a little bit too passively. Getting into game one, you know how these guys are. Just draw with black, win with white. And I think that Aronian took that maybe too much to heart. So we'll see what he has to say about all those complicated lines and if he did miss an opportunity to play more aggressively. Guys?
All right, Maurice. Well, Hikaru actually has responded with queen takes d4, so we have another move in this game, and we'll find out later perhaps what Levon thought about all that. Now, these two are more of the fighting grandmasters in that elite group, although really, I think with the trend of Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, those #1 and 2 players, I think this idea of drawing with black and winning with white is not really something the top players are even demonstrating themselves. Maybe in the World Championship a little bit, but in general, not so much.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I really like about today's players is they're maximalists.
Yeah.
They're really playing very hard all positions. The Sinkville Cup again, I mean, again, we're just kind of reeling from the result there.
Still, 2 months later.
But yeah, 2 months later, and Fabiano Caruana, I mean, he was playing great chess, both colors winning both games, winning white and winning with black. And that was really very, very, very impressive. Especially the game that Caruana won with black against Hikaru, when Hikaru was doing this. Hikaru got a weakness on the d4 pawn. And, you know, he just got outplayed.
And
that's
then
all it
beating
was.
Magnus with black. That was something else.
That was
and,
great.
I mean, a lot of this is also organizers and innovators all over the world. Maurice, I think about 10 years ago, was writing a lot about how important it was not to make the game always end in a draw.
Right.
And even though we have some distance to cover, I think it's nice to see how far we've come.
Oh, without question.
It's really been much more interesting to watch top tournaments and top games than it was like 5-6 years ago, I think.
Well, exactly. Well, some of the formulas that have been tried, and most recently, of course, the World Cup, these knockout match play where you get 2 classical games, and then in case of a tie, you go to the rapids, you go to the blitz, and you're going to get a winner.
Right, like in Millionaire Chess, like in the World Cup, which is just an amazing format. Sam Shanklin actually just recently qualified for that and said that it was so important to him to qualify for that because the knockout is just so fun to play in.
And not only that, but it gives them that opportunity to take that next step to try to get to the candidates tournament.
Yeah, I guess the World Championship is also kind of important.
Well, yeah, I mean, that whole thing.
Yeah.
But the idea of putting the players in a formula or format, if you will, that forces them to strive for victory and to be this maximalist. You can't just be content to try to press with white. Also, I just wanted to say about the match psychology. In game ones are always this feeling out process. I know what Maurice is saying, that Levon had other opportunities to be a little bit more ambitious. Here he can just play for solidity, and you know, it's the first game, get himself into the match and that type of thing.
And he probably also just thought that, I mean, I imagine he also thought that he's making the best moves. He probably missed something, right?
I don't think we think he miscalculated in a few key moments where he had this opportunity
or had
earlier
a different
night
judgment.
f6. Yeah, different judgment.
Thought maybe he would get a slight edge somewhere and wanted to play a slightly safer line, and we do have this bishops of opposite color middle game / endgame / one or the other. I guess it's still a middle game, but it's feeling like it's closer to the end game, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely still a middle game because the hallmark of a middle game is that king safety is still an issue, right? Like if your king is not any longer an issue and you can just march it to e3 or d3, you know you're in end game.
Exactly.
So we're not in end game, but it's also hard to find a lot of firepower.
Right. And agreed all the way down the line, and the players finally and at last are actually playing our prescribed variation, if you will, our A moves. So far, we have predicted many of the moves up to this moment. Maurice was explaining a moment ago, if this rook were to come over rook c7 to e7, followed by g6 and bishop g7, Black could try to establish his bishop on e5. I'm just wondering why we need to play the move rook on e7 at once. Maybe we could try to be a little bit more sneaky and play the move g7, g6 immediately with the idea of bishop g7, bishop e5. I'm thinking that maybe Levon can try to squeeze a little bit something out of this position,
All right.
although it looks pretty balanced.
All right, well, we'll take a look and see if Levon can squeeze anything out of this. We are going to be back. And while we are taking a break, we do have a Nakamura position to, give a
Puzzle.
little balance, right?
All
Because earlier we
right.
showed you one of Aronian's brilliant wins, and
Rook
both of these
H5.
players have plenty of them. So see if you can play like Hikaru, and we'll be back with more from round one of the St. Louis Showdown. Welcome back to St. Louis Showdown. We've got Levon in the tank now after the position that we have on the board is just a rook on A to E1. And so we left that position as we were on break. Levon's still thinking, going under 20 minutes now, actually under 16, to see if he can squeeze anything out of this position. Meanwhile, as Levon tries to figure out if he can win, if he can squeeze anything, how many of you guys figured out Nakamura's win here? Maurice has the answer for you.
Well, Jen, this is one of my favorite puzzles in history. Such a beautiful position. It just shows the creativity of Hikaru Nakamura, why people gravitate to his style, the way he plays. He looks for dynamic tactics all the time when he has the position for it, of course. And in this game, played back in 2007 in Barcelona, he played against Mikhail Krasenkow, Polish Grandmaster. And in this position, Krasenkow just played bishop to f6, and the queen is under attack, and it looked like he was doing some damage with the bishop under attack as well. And Hikaru stunned him with a reply that he had prepared, the move queen takes f2 check. Now, if you didn't spot this one, I'll forgive you, because this one's not easy, and it's very deep. You're giving away a queen. Of course, you're ready to take the bishop, so taking this queen seemed obligatory. And now this move, bishop to c5 check. And the beauty of it is this bishop hiding in ambush on the square a6. You can't drop your king backwards because that bishop is waiting for you with the move c3. And look at those two gorgeous bishops just bearing down on the diagonal, winning everything back. There's a rook waiting here. This bishop is going to hang in a second as well. So that's all she wrote. This position is busted. So instead of that, in this position, white went up to f3. Now, it's not great when your king starts marching up the board. Yeah, I'm up a queen, but if the guy organizes everything, you could be in trouble. And that's exactly what happened. Rook takes f6 check, forcing him up. And now the move knight to e5 check. And if you capture this knight, this other rook is going to show up, and suddenly you're going to be squeezed by these pieces. Also, this bishop is planning to drop back to c8 as well. I should point out that line is coming. So actually, I'll show you on the board. Rook takes e5, bishop to c8 check, and your king just looks horrible. Even the move king h4, a waiting move, runs into this move, rook takes e5, and it's the combined power of these two rooks, this bishop and this bishop. There's a threat of mate on h6 right in the position. Just terrible. Nothing to do about it. The king has no protectors and nothing to help out in any way, shape, or form. So after this move, king to g5 instead, after knight e5 check. The attack continued with rook to g6. Bishop c8 was actually more precise, but this move is more forcing. So Hikaru went for it. Check, moving the king over, and now f6. Who plays calm moves like that? Well, of course, when you're threatening mate in one, you do. The guy's in a lot of trouble. He played rook takes e5, rook takes, and now king back. And now we get to see this marvelous retreat, bishop to c8, and the king is just doomed. Rook h6 is coming, nobody to help out. Even giving away the queen in this position would not have helped because of the move rook takes on h5 check. All right, let me just figure out how to operate this. You know what, let me just use my hand. And takes, and rook to h6 is checkmate. A beautiful finish. If you found this, I'm scared of you. That would have been really good. But great moves by Nakamura in his game. One of his favorite combinations of all time, I'm sure, will go down in his future book on autobiography of great games. Is one of the reasons everybody, or lots of people, love this guy's style. Guys?
Right, yes.
Nice one. It is a beautiful queen sacrifice. We all like queen sacrifices, but that is one of the really special ones.
Kind of reminiscent of Bern Fischer a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. We do, again, Levon went into a deep think and didn't play the move rook on c7 to e7, did not play the move g7, g6 as expected. Instead, he chose the move rook on e8 to d8, attacking white's queen. Also keep in mind, white has to keep the protection of the pawn on c5. Hikaru dropped back with his queen, queen e3, and again, Levon to play. The time's now 24 minutes, for Hikaru, 13 minutes for Levon, and that could be meaningful, the time I'm referring to, of course. I still think black is a little bit better.
Draw rule in this tournament before they can accept a draw by repetition. I mean,
yeah, I
before
understand.
they can agree to a draw with the exception of a natural repetition.
Right. So they're required to play at least 30 moves, exactly. And again, I still think Levon has a slight superiority because of the pawn on e4 weakness. But as Maurice was mentioning, if the pawn weakness on e4, well, you need to double up the rooks against it. So that move, rook on e8 to d8, in my view, it's kind of the wrong direction. You wanted to double the rooks on the e file, put the bishop on e5, and then start thinking about how you're going to win the position. I don't see why the rook is better placed on d8 than e8.
But he has time, right? Now he has time. This position time is not really of the essence, huh?
Well, in terms of making moves, or
that he can always try to double on the e-file later. There's not like some dramatic change to the position that's going to happen.
True. It's nuanced. That's true. Maurice, your thoughts?
Guys, I disagree. This move just looks random to me. Why are you on the d file when the pressure is about to hit you on f7 and you needed to guard on e4? White is threatening something really quick. Rook f4 and the other rook over to f1 and just trebling instantly. I mean, the trebling meaning the attack by the two rooks and the bishop on the f7 pawn. And who knows, this queen might show up attacking the square. And let's add the move e5 is ready sneaking in. e5, e6. You better pay attention. This is not one of those, ooh, I'm just going to be casual and I'm sorry I made that rook move. Let me just fix it. Rook f4, rook f1 with threat to f7 and e6. The computer is saying the position is still equal. So maybe he does have time. But I'm staring at that just quickly to my eyes like, why did you allow any of this? Why is white the one with the initiative and not black when we had that other line where black was doubling already on the e-file instead of wasting a tempo or just two moves, in fact? Just play g6 and go for it. So he's going to have to be careful, and the clock is going to be a factor. Look at the clock starting to come in. I think as the game has gone on, it's clear Levon has played worse and worse. He hasn't made very accurate moves. We've seen this happen to him in tournaments before. We've seen him enough times to see he seems to start slow, right? It's like his first round, he's trying to get his bearings instead of just jumping out the gates real quick. Sometimes he starts slowly just to get his brain working, and then when he does, then he starts to play great chess. But this round, this game so far, it doesn't look like he's fully himself. There are a lot of moves we're criticizing. I think Hikaru is like breathing a sigh of relief, like, shoo, thank you. Okay, now look at him, real confident, leaning back, no worries at all. And he's got that face like, you better not make too many more of those weak moves, because I'll Red Bull you. So watch out. So I think now Levon has to really think about the situation to make sure that he doesn't turn maybe equal, slightly worse into, oops, what did I do today?
So this rook e1 move actually setting up rook f4 because bishop c5 no longer works, right?
Right.
Because it is now the
queen is protected on
e3. So
right.
Rook h4, bishop e3, rook e3, white ends up a piece.
Well, again, in view of what Maurice is saying, that the rook is ready to come to f4, maybe doubling, or certainly doubling, and maybe even trebling, I'm thinking that black has to play the move g7, g6. I think I can get away with this move, by the way, because in case of rook f4, what I had in mind, I hope I haven't blundered something horrible, is to play the move queen h5 with picking up a tempo, threatening to play moves like either queen takes c5 or bishop takes c5. If white has to stop to play a move like b4, then I wanted to sneak over here, and that, so instead of the move, pardon me, let me take that move b4 back. Let me play instead the move that Maurice has mentioned as something that maybe we should be frightened about, e6.
That'll get pretty interesting. So now bishop h6, you're just going to play e6.
Right. Now the position is really heating up big time, with time pressure being a factor.
This looks fun.
It looks like a lot of fun.
For us to analyze. Now, it's interesting that a bishop ah6 allowed you to play e6, because if it wasn't for my bishop being on h6, I could play bishop c5 here.
Correct.
So maybe it's too quick to play bishop h6 here, because I am holding off e6 because of the bishop c5.
But I only played g7, g6 with the idea that I wanted to activate my
so
bishop.
you would just have done something different in that case.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that
so perhaps
here,
in here we should look for a move that's more directly focused on trying to hit that pawn on c5. Like, what about even the move like queen h6 in this position?
offering a trade
Oh,
of
well,
queens.
I was hoping to do a Zwischenzug, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, oh, you mean you wanted to go queen h6, queen takes h6, bishop
Yeah, I
takes
just didn't want to be in
c5.
I didn't want to just be in a
Check, forgetting that the queen would drop
queen
back.
just goes back to e3, and now you're up a piece again.
Exactly. So
Whereas g takes h6, obviously not a desirable endgame. Now that you won't be able to.
but still, even in that case, I would suspect, even at the cost of doubling your pawns and fracturing your pawns, something you really don't want to do. This is probably more balanced than it is a big edge for a single player. For example,
Right.
after
But Levon might find something more pleasant way to defend this.
Queen h6 is not the move that you really want to make. So we're back here, and one more look. Let's try it again. g7, g6, rook f4. Very, very reasonable move, of course. Queen h5, e5, and let's look at these.
So let's actually look at it. Okay,
Yeah.
so bishop h6, e6. So bishop takes f4.
Right. Now well, queen takes f4, or we want to take this guy first, right?
Sure, take
Pawn
it
takes,
first.
yeah, pawn takes f7 check. Now, I've got issues that I'm going to have to solve. So I've got to move my king. Let's say I could move my king. Well, I'm not even sure. Yeah, okay. I'm going to move my king to g7.
And now
You can't play queen c3 check. My king will find sanctuary on h6. I'm threatening queen h2 check, so you're probably
we
obliged.
want to play queen e8, but queen h2 kind of makes us a little sad.
Yes.
So queen takes f4 looks like right, and then queen takes c5 check.
That's
Getting wilder
very-
by the minute.
Very important, because you're you know, the c7 rook is hanging, so we've got to step aside with our king. And now we play rook e7.
Right, so we can move a rook on d8. It's protecting the f8 square.
Right, and I don't think you want to trade rooks, so...
Rook
so
f1,
rook
threatening queen f6, and f8.
And,
Both.
yeah, you got a dual threat, if you will, of f8 check. Now this is not a game you want to play when you got 5.5 minutes on your clock as black.
So rook e7 maybe? Is that the only move? Does black have an improvement there? Let's see.
Probably he does have an improvement. Maybe better is rook here, so that you can
Yeah.
and we do have a move by Levon with
Or
5
queen-
minutes, by the way.
Maybe queen d6? Is that possible as well?
Also,
Yeah.
queen d6
No,
may be a
it's-
better defensive move.
Defense. Now, there are players arriving for the second round of the GM Invitational, which is starting, Anaheim Invitational Norm Tournament, which is starting in just a few minutes. And
At
the
5
big emerging story in this tournament that just began this morning is Sam Seirawan. Just about 11 points. Against all his opponents.
Not
we
at
hope for
all.
good fights, like
Right.
like the last one in which Sam played very exciting, enterprising game, which we might get a chance to look at with Sam at some point in this broadcast.
I chit-chatted with him right after the game, too.
And he was buzzing.
Yes, he was excited. He was happy for his result.
And now you were saying, oh wait, and Queen H6 was played. So Levon perhaps intuiting that this middle game is going to be too hard to calculate with the time pressure, instead thinking, I can defend this endgame, and after Queen H6, what choice does Hikaru have? Because there are some issues in the C5 square. So if he wants to keep queens on the board in this position, he's going to have to play Queen F2 here. So what does Levon have in mind against that?
Well, against queen
Rook
f2,
d2 is up for grabs, right?
that's a possibility,
then
but the other
messy?
thing, well, the other thing he can do is continue in the same style of queen h6 in terms of offering queens. Let's take the queens off the board. I have no risk. I think that Levon had an error in judgment with his moves rook d8 and queen h4. Maybe he thought the position was in fact slightly worse for him. I'm not even sure that he had that in mind. So he suddenly went for this defensive play with queen h6, like, let's trade queens because I'm fearful about your initiative.
Now, this is an interesting strategic choice by Nakamura. He does allow the queen trades, but rather by executing himself, he chose to play b4, bolstering the c5 pawn and allowing Levon to take on e3.
Which he most certainly will.
What do you think is behind that nuance, Yasser? Because one would think that if it's not enough to win this endgame, or if white has a small edge, that doubling the pawns on the h-file would increase that edge. But perhaps the issue is that Nakamura is hoping to get a quick e5, e6 in, and the bishop coming to g7 so quickly takes away that option.
I'm sure that was what was going on in Hikaru's mind, was that he felt that if, in case of trades, b4, just as you've suggested, this bishop is going to come to the d4 square or maybe the e5 square, and he probably, that is to say, Hikaru probably felt that this was simply going to go straight into a draw because it fizzle out.
Wow, I love that though. I mean, whether or not this is much for Nakamura, I love the way that some of these elite grandmasters, how you watch them prioritize activity over structure. Because I think for a lot of players, you're just taught, like, you know, try to increase your edge by doubling pawns. And,
well, exactly. I'm a structure guy. I don't like this move b4 at all. I don't think that after trading queens and playing here, for example, that black should be worried at all. So for
we
example,
have a minute to play e5, or you want to start with rook f3?
As we like. So let's say we start with rook f3, we go rook f7, when we're going to go e5. And I don't see this as really that scary. Like, I'll just play rook e7.
And you can just meet e6 with f5. Is that your idea?
Oh, well, maybe I'm going to have to swallow my words here
Because you're worried about rook d3.
No, after f5, I'm worried about g4.
Yeah.
Oops. Then that's significant. Has Levon traded queens? I certainly would have expected him to.
Yes, he has. So queen e3, rook e3 is on the board.
Okay, so g6 is simply way too slow.
So you want to start with rook e7 instead?
Something like that, yes.
Start with rook e7.
Or maybe rook David 7, and in case of e5, rook e7. Something of this nature.
Okay, and now...
I am aspiring for g6, by the way.
And so f3, rook f3 anyway?
Rook f3 anyway. And now unfortunately, I'm kind of muddied up. I can't play the desirable g6 because of e6, and that transposes. I'd have to probably play a move like h5 here. And I'm thinking that, again, I want to play g6 and move my king or move my bishop.
In order to just play, after e6, you're just playing f6.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's...
e6, f6, but that's a huge pawn. I'm not happy about what Levon has done, and maybe I take it back. b4 was actually a very good, wise, clever decision.
Pretty amazing and quick decision here by Nakamura.
Well, but with the idea that Hikaru would turn this game around in his favor is really astonishing, because I frankly thought he was simply worse. Maurice, what's your thoughts?
Amazing.
He used to be worse. Once upon a time. Right now, he's the one in the driver's seat. Much better. Levon's moves have been lazy. I mean, knight f6 instead of knight e5 earlier. This move, rook to d8. He is paying for it now. And look at his clock. How can you be under 3 minutes with all those moves to have to make? Forget about the 30-second increment. Look at this situation. He is definitely worse. There's no doubt about it. All the lines you showed are correct. That b4 move was scintillating. It was accurate. Queen takes on e3, bringing the rook up into the game. It's always beautiful when you have the other guy trade. I tell my students all the time, don't trade unless it's forced or fantastic. No way Hikaru takes on h6 when the other guy trading on e3 brings his rook into the act. Bishop is fantastic. What do we say about opposite colored bishops? The initiative is everything. When you have two rooks, majors on the board, even without queens, you could still be devastated because this dark square bishop cannot defend the light squares. So trouble for black in this position. The computer is still saying it's not that serious. It's bad, but it's not unforgivable yet. It's not like you're going to die. The move rook d4 is very dynamic here with the idea of being able to play a move like a5, trying to complicate the game eventually. This move is interesting. Even g6 still is playable. This pawn may have to drop. It may have to go. But you want to look for your own counterplay with this bishop, dark square bishop, or on this side of the board. But Levon has to find these moves and look at his clock. It's back to business again. What about your clock? Dude, you messed this up. And you know how it feels, Yaz, when you know you had something, then you realize you have nothing. Okay, it's a draw. And now you're like, what? I might lose? He's got 44 seconds left. Crazy. Bad situation for him.
Wow. Definitely scary. Down to 40 seconds. He's going to be playing on increments until the time control, and he looks so calm.
He barely seems aware of the clock. Oh, my. Oh, he is aware.
And now he's looking quick. You saw that?
By the way, did you see how he snapped that clock quickly? So he is aware of his clock. Sometimes you kind of fall asleep a little bit. But,
for a second there, it seemed like he might not realize
how...
It's kind of terrifying.
And he was certainly cognizant of what Maurice was saying, that he can't simply play passively and hold that f7 because e5, e6 is too disruptive. He came up with his own counterplay. Rook d4 was seen. Attacking the bishop, we're anticipating that bishop might drop back either to a2 or b3. We'll pick a square for a second. And then, as Maurice was saying, get your own counterplay after a5. Make sure you don't get mated with something like g6 here. That f7 pawn is going to drop, but maybe the counterplay, well, this is just not working. What am I saying? This is simply not working. I better go. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to have to go g6, rook f3, rook takes e4, and suffer a little bit. This is simply, well, white can take a pawn, amongst other things.
We'll say so if he takes with the rook?
If he takes with the rook.
Sorry, is it 26 seconds left in the game, or is it just me going nuts?
It is.
What is happening here?
Come on, Levon. Armenia is freaking out here.
Wow.
If you're a fan of a player, or even worse, a relative, and you see them getting to 10 seconds like this, your heart rate goes way up.
I'm sorry. I think he has played g6, which was the move I thought was forced, actually. And he did play g6. He played
g6.
And we're looking at the obvious rook on e3 to f3, bearing down with two rooks as well as a bishop against that f7 pawn. And
now we were just talking about rook takes e4, the option of taking on f7 with the rook or the bishop.
I think you have to take on e4. I don't think you can drop back with rook d7 and allow e5 followed by e6. So rook takes a no. Jen, your first instinct.
Yes, rook takes f7 is winning.
Rook takes
that's
f7
what we were just talking. We were just talking about rook takes f7, and the problem being that
the disco is too powerful.
We're threatening all those windmills.
Rook takes is going to win a piece somehow, or an exchange at least.
So
unless we keep attacking the bishop on b3, but we can't because you just have rook to f3, winning an exchange, right?
He's gone passive. He's in trouble.
So
we want to show that line. Yeah.
So the line that we're talking about here, folks, is that rook takes f7, threatens the discover check. You can't move the king because the bishop lacks protection. And if you go after white's bishop with rook e3, then we drop back with discover check, protecting our bishop and winning the game.
Winning an exchange on the game, yeah.
And now
black
it's
had
19
a pawn,
seconds.
It would be worth fighting that.
15 seconds. Oh,
he went passive, guys. Take a look at the game right now. He did play rook back, and e5 is on the board, and he doesn't know what to do.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
An absolutely incredible move by Nakamura to play so quickly the sequence with b4. You know, I think Levon thought, I'm going to suffer a bit, but I know how to draw this. And it's just like an amazing idea.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's just incredible. It reminds me a little bit of Carlsen in the World Championship game that he won, where it looked like he could make a capture on A4 that was more natural with the rook, instantly takes with the pawn because he's really privileging activity over structure.
Exactly.
And this is of course
E6
more
got
dramatic.
played, guys. E5, rook E7,
E6.
E6, and only 8 seconds left, and he's played the move F5, it looks like. Or maybe 8, I'm not sure what move. We need to get a look at that.
And then
he's played H5. He's jettisoning the pawn on F7.
Because F5 began anyway.
Right. And torn open.
Right.
And
whereas here, at least, he's gonna bottle things up because white, of course, will not want to take twice with rooks on F7, leading to bishops of opposite color endgame that would be a draw.
precisely. Precisely right. He'll take with the pawn. But now a new weakness has appeared. First of all, your pawn up, you're very happy. But check this out. As Maurice was saying, when you're in bishops of opposite color land, it's all about who has the initiative. And now this pawn on G6 is going to be the focus of attention. I'm thinking the move H5, sorry, Armenia, I'm thinking the move H5 was horrible. And that he should have simply played king G7 right away. And in case you take the pawn, there's no weakness on G6.
Very true, Yasser. Because basically he realized he couldn't play F5, so he reached for another move. But unfortunately, with the time and the pressure,
he made that horrible H5 move, and afterwards we're going to say, Levon, why didn't you play king G7? He's going to go, geez, of course I should have played king G7.
He's looking like that right now. Look at him.
Why
Look
on
at his
earth
face.
did I
He looks
play?
like, what did I do here?
I just blew my game totally out of the water. H5.
a very instructive mistake, though, that you normally don't see at this level because they don't get into such time pressure. But this is the kind of mistake that a lot of humans watching this make because you just don't realize about that weakness until it's too late.
Maurice has a great expression that I stole from him. He says, time pressure makes a fool out of all of us. You stole that from somebody. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. This move H5 was horrible, and after takes, the reality is king G7, there's a new weakness on G6 that white is going to focus on, and it may just start with a move like rook F6 threatening bishop C2, and that's all she wrote.
You could have actually started with rook F6 also, Yaz, just to really accentuate. Imagine playing rook F6 now and saying, find a move. Like, find a move. I'm just plunk that down, rook F6, and find a move. What are you going to do? You can't touch my e-pawn.
He's going to play king G7 probably.
I'm ready to take when I'm ready. I'm ready to play bishop back.
He'll still have to play king G7. I think he should have just played king G7 immediately without the move H5.
That made sense. So he had the right defensive scheme in a sense that he saw F5 was bad, but he didn't put all the pieces together, unfortunately.
Time trouble.
Yeah.
Time trouble. It's that simple.
Yeah, pawns don't move backwards, as they say. So,
Yeah.
and that's one of the issues in time pressure that, you know, a lot of times you're trying to make moves that don't do much, but.
Guys, take a look at this, if I may, since
Yes,
there's so few time left on the clock. You're going to love this one. Rook F6, right? Let's take a look. Rook F6, King G7. What is Black's next move? I mean, think about it. What is Black's next move? This rook is the rooks can't move. The bishop can't move. Where's the king going to go? What's Black's next move? So what if we just kind of hang out and say G3? Make a move. Like, make your position worse. Just what do you do? He's just basically in Zugzwang. Total. Here, King H6.
Or king H7 or something.
Yeah, we have to just keep moving our king around because you don't really want to take on F7 with the rook.
Yeah,
so
what if we move
eventually you're going to take with the
Well,
pawn.
maybe the king, I guess the king could go up. Maybe white has ways to improve the position. It's kind of a hilarious position he's found himself in, though. This is like
it's funny.
Totally tied down, hand over foot. What do we say? Bishop opposite colors positions are drawish? I don't think so. Not here.
Pure endgame.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
active pieces. That's what counts in opposite color. It's what counts all the time. But activity. You have opposite colored bishop. You attack. They cannot defend. This bishop on F8 is anemic. It's just worthless right now.
Right.
Yeah, but the real issue is just taking on F7 and bishop C2, right? And just
Well,
don't forget, remember not to allow rook to E2 winning the bishop, and seems that we're all good.
I think a move like rook F6, by the way, is really an annoying move. when you're in time trouble, because you know, you're ready for E6 takes F7 check, King G7 instantly, and away you go. But a move like Rook F6, you know, causes you to take that extra time to just calculate what am I missing. And Rook F6 is like a really annoying move to meet at the board.
And will Nakamura end up playing it? He is at the board puzzling over it now. And, you know, this match is right now in the live rankings in 2700chess.com. We actually have Levon Aronian in 6th place in the world and Nakamura in 7th. But that being said, Aronian has a massive lead over him. So even if he wins this game, Aronian is still going to be ahead of him. They're not going to leapfrog. But it's getting closer.
What's the difference again? Just
So
the actual...
it's actually 20 points. So quite a lot. 21.
Okay.
But still...
Especially with all 4 games to take a lead. May I add, guys, what I love in situations like this when you have your opponent in time pressure is to not move. Just let them suffer and suffer and suffer. Even when you know the strong move to play, to just give it a little bit of time. Don't waste too much time. If you know your next couple of moves, take a little bit of time, be sure, and it looks like he has indeed played Rook to F6. Bam, it's on the board. And you just give him a little time to suffer before you play the move, and that tension is in his soul. And how much time does he have on the clock? I mean, he's like Houdini trying to escape from this one.
But not that Houdini.
Not the engine, no.
Oh, God, what a cruncher. Rook to F6. And Nakamura doesn't even look happy, but you know he is happy inside. This is definitely a case of a poker face where he looks like serious and not even that happy, but really he's like, wee, I'm going to win this game.
Oh, yes. And boy, did we see a massive swing in this game. I'm just amazed.
Speaking of swings, I mean, actually, I don't think Nakamura's going to have to win all 4 games because remember, when he wins points, Aronian loses them.
Precisely.
So if he wins 12 points and Aronian loses 12 points, then that would be 24 points.
Right, that's
so maybe +2, who knows? We'll crunch the numbers later, but even +2 might be enough.
Wow. So after Rook F6, we have seen this move King G7, and as Maurice pointed out, I mean, basically, black is completely hog-tied. Can't move either rook, can't move his bishop. Basically, he's shuffling with his king. White has many moves, including, as Maurice pointed out, simply G3 and H3 and King G2 and slowly improving, and all black's going to be doing is shuttling his king.
Can a king land on G5, white king? Just audaciously G3 and march the king all the way up to the G5 square? Is that possible? That would be amazing.
One of those
king marches, infamous king marches, that would be just showing him how the totally helpless position for black.
Exactly.
His position is horrible. Imagine just playing King G2, King H3, and telling the guy, I'm going to show up on your G5 square. That would be amazing.
Telegraphing the moves. I think that black is going to be forced to play this move King H6 at a certain moment just to threaten, well, I don't know if threaten's the right word, but to go King H6 and Bishop G7. So let's just say King H6, King G2, as Maurice is pointing out, he wants to just bring his king up the board. If I go Bishop G7 takes, you can't take the rook. I'm threatening the queen. You got to drop back with the bishop. And now Bishop C2.
There is, I don't know if we want to rook E2 check. I guess it doesn't really matter. You just bring the other rook on 1 to F2, and it's the same deal.
You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you could probably go G3, Rook F2, and then King G2. So you wouldn't allow even black the opportunity of trading off a single rook. I mean, in this position where, okay, we've seen this move King H6, start with the move Rook F2, and only after Bishop G7 take, there's no rook trade anymore, right? And if you've got to go back with the bishop, then your Bishop C2, and we can shake hands. Game over.
Yes.
Game over right away. Oh my. So a complete collapse in time trouble has cost Aronian Game 1, I believe.
Yeah, so we're going to wait to see how this actually shakes out, but pretty... I'm still blown away, though, by Nakamura's B4 move. I think that was fantastic. It was so fast. It really just rattled Levon, and it goes to show, like, usually you don't want to play quickly when you have a lot of time, as we saw in Anand's game against Magnus Carlsen, where he played A4 rather quickly and could have played knight takes E5 to win that game.
Yeah.
But in this case, Nakamura was very adroit in doing that because he rattled Levon, and I think that's why he won this game. Because he played that move so quickly.
Well, he will win this game, yes.
I mean, why he will? Because he played this great move before quickly. Levon didn't have the time to figure out what to do against it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, again, it goes back to some earlier careless, just simply careless moves. Rook d8, most especially, maybe knight f6.
Guys, he played h4, and the guy's been thinking a while. His clock's got to be bad.
Yes, let's take a look at the clock. It looks like he made a move with about 14 seconds left.
Oops, I'm sorry. Just a second. So we get this position, e6, h5, rook f6, king g7, and after king g7, h4 was played by white?
Yes.
Hikaru, h4. I've seen a5 by black. Okay. So again, just lots of very nice, well, you know, because black's rooks are so boxed in, maybe I can even be ultra greedy and grab this pawn. I probably should not, by the way, but
just win the game. What's wrong with just winning the game? Take on f7, play bishop c2, the end.
Well,
how are you defending against it?
Well, okay, yeah, good point. Good question. Take on f7. I'm thinking he'll play rook e4 and maybe drop his rook.
You don't like the move h4?
H4 wasn't on my radar, frankly, because now black does get some counterplay, and especially thanks to his move a5.
We have rook g6 and bishop c2 there, rook e7, rook f4.
Right.
But
by the way, they're starting to play very quickly. So
maybe we could have picked up a pawn, but I don't know if that was...
Let's see what has happened after the move a5, h4. What has happened? We're going to need a live camera shot.
It looks like we have, it looks like we have a trade on b4. For one thing, we do have our live camera shot now. So there was a trade on b4
rook
and
f3, rook f3 perhaps.
Yeah, rook f3 and then a trade on b4.
And Levon to play.
Yeah, and I'd love to see his clock now. It does look like it's his move, and
the pressure,
the seconds are ticking away.
And the pressure is building.
23, 22, 21.
Everywhere.
He's going to make 7 moves.
He is aware. He's aware of the time, but...
Shaking his head. He looks helpless.
I just don't even see it.
It seems like he made a king move. Did he make a king move?
I'm sure he has, but I'm not...
King h7, not
king
h6.
h7. Okay. So again, that bishop dropping back to c2 looks really awesome. Just bishop c2.
Well, you can do it now because...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that bishop on f8 is just hanging.
Right. You can't move it, because then I'll take on f7, threatening to promote. Bishop will be drawn back, and there goes g6. So the whole structure, essentially.
And now there's no time for your rover of rook e4 to g4.
Precisely.
So just takes f7 as the threat.
So bishop c2, we think, is a clincher.
Incredibly instructive game, because the question really is, even after all this pressure, if Levon had taken your course of action and stayed tight with the king on g7, the pawn on h7, and the pawn on g6, was it enough for white to win? I mean, of course,
50-50?
he still would have been under time pressure.
Right.
So if he got out of time pressure, obviously,
Right.
the chances would have increased.
But
this just makes it kaput. Just
Right.
that one weakening move, guys.
h7, h5.
I mean, it's rare that you see a blunder, I think. The cool thing about this is it's like a blunder that doesn't involve actually hanging something,
Right.
which I think is really instructive.
Right. This was catastrophic in the sense that it's a long-term weakness that was created. The pawn on g6 is now toast.
By the way, guys, while I have a quick second, I saw something just flash by on the screen that's just simply astonishing. Take a look at this. You know you're winning, right? Everything's easy. So why not just take on f7 and win the game some kind of way? Look at this. After ef7, the computer is saying rook to e2 equal. Equal? Just stopping bishop c2 and saying, what progress can you make? The rook will come over. This bishop is blockading. This rook will come over. This pawn's just sitting here, and you can't put any pressure on this pawn. So my rook wants to get into the game, and I'm just blockading you. Is this real? it's astonishing. I'm looking at it like, is that true? But suddenly you're scratching your head. How do I exactly make progress? And the computer is saying 000, 000. You've got nothing. Now, they're notorious for not seeing long end games, of course, so we can't necessarily buy this. But, I mean, how do you maneuver the bishop to do anything in this position? Because you want to hit g6, and you can't just leave with your rook necessarily, can you? Like, it doesn't look so easy anymore. So taking on f7 might in fact have been an error. And Hikaru played very accurately to make sure he got his advantage. So with that in mind, let's come to the position we have now. We have this position. One would say taking on f7 here is probably not wise either. And the correct move has been all along, Hikaru showing his strength. Don't take on f7, give the guy no chance. And the move bishop c2, a very powerful one. And the computer, by the way, is still being sadistic. It wants to move the king. Like, I want to move that guy and just that you realize you're suffering. But I'm calling it sadistic, and it might just be saying, no, I'm just calculating millions of positions, and that's the right way to play. And it didn't like h4 necessarily, but it still thinks that the king coming in will be devastating. But now it's, with the sequence, now definitely g6 is going to drop, and it looks like it's going to be all she wrote.
And bishop c2 was played by Hikaru, and short of time, we do see this move king h7 to g7, giving Hikaru the opportunity to capture on f7 at long last and capture once more on g6. So is there any chances at all for Levon after the capture? Although I understand what you mean there, Maurice, about the sadistic king h2, still nothing for, and it looks like we have seen some moves.
It looks like we have a flurry of moves here, actually.
So what has happened after king g7? So we did see captures on f7, and somehow, what has happened after?
It looks like rook takes f7, rook takes g6.
Okay.
Rook takes f7, rook takes g6, king h8 has been played.
Okay, king h8. Okay, so this is how.
And yeah, that's the position that we have right now.
Okay.
And so now, well, h5 is also up for grabs here.
Well, exactly. We were looking at this move h5 as being the cause of black's downfall. We can just simply take on f7, come back, and munch this one.
You have 2 pawns.
2 pawns. But again, these bishops of opposite color endings, you can't be up enough pawns in bishops of opposite color endings. Still, I mean, I think this is winning, but I'm not going to go so far as to say stone cold.
So instead of rook takes f7, what about rook to g3?
That a move I like more. I like more.
Trying to threaten checkmate and end the game faster.
Well, to begin with, but just the idea of keeping as many majors on the board as possible, and he did like your move very much, Jen. Rook on f3 to g3 was played. The threat of rook g8. G7, let me just point, because we do like our checkmates in when we do our broadcasting, this would have been very unpleasant for black. So he had to play the move bishop g7, and now that we've got 4 rooks on the board, well, isn't life fun? We've got rook on g3 to g5.
Well, the problem now is with the more rooks on the board, in addition to just taking off 2 pawns, we retain all of those little tactics to win material and to checkmate. So even though it's an endgame, there was still some qualities of a middle game, right? The king safety is an issue, and the attacker wants to keep more pieces on the board, even though there are 2 principles in conflict here, right? They tell you that if you're attacking,
trade.
Right, when you're ahead of material, trade. So when you're up 2 pawns, you should trade. But on the other hand, if you're attacking, don't trade.
Exactly.
So how do you choose? You have to actually calculate.
Well, in this case, I say, keep your attacking forces, because if you take a look at the 2 rooks, g5 and g6, and compare them to the rook on c7, you say, well, I'm not going to let you trade your passive rook on c7 for one of my really active, beautiful monsters on the g file. And Hikaru, obviously, were that. Fortunately for Aronian, time has less of an issue. I'm guessing that Hikaru is just thinking over this position, rook g5, I'm going to try my best to put up some resistance. I'm going to play rook f6, rook takes h5 check, king g8, and at least, you know, I've given my king a dark square that I can move to. Again, not a very happy circumstance for Levon Aronian, as he's 2 pawns down in deep trouble.
That's right, because we can maybe get a G of the H pawn rolling. Maurice, what do you think? Can Levon put up a fight here?
Well, it's kind of funny. There are a couple of things that are interesting here. First of all, the way we were talking about this position, it was like Armageddon had come and descended on Black's position. It's just over. Now, as you look at it, it's clear he's going to be down 2 pawns, and it should be over. But it may not be like just over. You might be a little annoyed and say, was there something else, something bigger than this? So clearly Nakamura has to just get his body right, his mind right, and say, okay, I got these 2 pawns, then I'm just going to do what I have to do. The other thing about this position is he was so ahead on the clock that every move Black was making was just to survive. But because he was able to make several moves in a row with the increment, he was able to build up some time. And so instead of having 10 seconds on his clock like he once had, he now has 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So he can breathe a little bit easier. And in fact, relatively speaking, it's Hikaru who has lost time, if you will, because those 30 seconds he gains doesn't really mean much. But for Levon, it's been a lifesaver. So it might be a little different in Hikaru's mind that he has to sort of change frames a little bit and say, okay, he's not going to lose on time, that's clear, and he's not going to like get mated, and I'm going to have this opposite color bishop position. I got to be concerned about my pawns on the dark square on the other side of the board. So lots to think about. And did I get a big enough edge? Did I have something that could have just cracked his soul? And okay, I'm being like biblical right now. Preach. But anyway, he's got to be thinking about that, and probably his right way to get into this game is just, you know what, I'm up 2 pawns. Let me just do this right. I'm going to win this game. Be solid about it. But your defense, Yaz, you know, I don't like, why am I still here? Like, why didn't you resign already? Come on, you're wasting all our time.
Well, it's one of those things you described it very well. Black was in a situation basically hogtied, couldn't move, and Hikaru cashed in his chips, collected 2 pawns, but didn't necessarily claim game. I mean, there's still defensive possibilities. Going back to the position that I have, well, right now the position I'm on the board is this one over here, and I'm anticipating this move as mentioned, rook on g3 to g5, rook f6. This was the position I was mentioning. I wouldn't trade rooks. I do the same thing as before. I try to keep the majors on the board. Maybe the move rook f6 is the wrong move. Maybe in this position after rook g5, Black should play rook f4, as Maurice was mentioning, you know, to try to annoy you about the pawn on b4. He has played rook g5. Levon very quickly played rook f4, as I was about to prescribe. Rook takes h5 check has been played, king g8. And now, again, this kind of slight annoyance of like, did I let you escape? Did I let you off the hook? Probably not. I think that this position should be winning for white, but
There's a little work to do.
yeah, there's work to be done. It's not as 100% as it was not so long ago.
And guys, actually, the engines are saying that it's dropped significantly from that clear 2 pawns up to counterplay for Black. In this position, believe it or not, the right move was not to capture this freebie on h5, according to the engines, but actually to play the very calm g3, forcing this rook away, and then continuing on the offensive with rook to e6, trying to weave action. This is a very strange formation as I'm looking at it, because even the engine's defending weirdly. It's saying after this move, bishop to f5, and you see the pieces are encroaching on the Black position, maybe sooner or later grabbing on this side. It's saying if you try to trade, I'm going to really tie you down just completely over here with your rook away from the action. This is a very strange position, but its advantage, according to the engine, has increased move by move. It can always take here. It's threatening here. You better be watchful of rook e8. tons of threats by not grabbing the material. But instead, by taking on h5 with check and now allowing this move, king to g8, it's saying not as bad as it used to be. Things are not as bad as it used to be. I can't really understand too much the difference here because rook to d6 does look like a strong move and some chances. I guess there's no mating idea happening here, but what's wrong? What's so different here? Rook takes on b4, and it still looks kind of bad. And though, unless you get a construction on this side, something going, it doesn't look as though maybe he's completely lost. Hard to say, Yaz. What are your thoughts about this position?
Yeah, well, I like that whole line that you were saying where, you know, you didn't necessarily have to win this pawn on h5, but rather that move g3 and just, as you said, encroaching, bishop comes to f5, rook could come to e8, and after this whole line, g3, by the way, releases the rook on h5. You don't have to worry about rook h4 anymore. And now there's some concrete problems that Hikaru has to solve, and bless his heart, look at him. He's down to 5 minutes.
He was so far ahead, and he's been getting 30 seconds also. But it's relatively speaking, it's black who feels better about the time.
A lot better.
Because his 30 seconds that he was gaining is like, I'm getting 30, I'm getting 30, I'm building from 10 to 40 and up.
While when you're at 10.
Right, exactly. While he's the one who's going down. Even when he gets 30, he doesn't feel the 30 seconds he got. It would be weird if he makes move 40 and he has less time than Levon does. That'd just be odd, but it's one of those idiosyncrasies of the increments in the time control.
And by the way, don't forget the psychological aspects of this. A moment ago, Levon's playing on his increment, keeps going down to 10 seconds, 20 seconds, under pressure, 3 minutes. Totally reprieved. Hikaru at 22 minutes, now down to 4, saying, where's that elusive victory that I've let slip? We're seeing some big swings in this, the first game of. It's going to be a great match. I can just see that these guys are really building themselves up for a great match.
I totally agree.
Wow. Okay, again, 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Let's figure out how we're supposed to win this. Let me see the position
and
at the board.
they're about to get 30 extra moves, right? 30 extra minutes.
For the second time control.
Exactly,
That's
and
right.
that's it.
That's it. Then they'll be playing increments for 30 seconds thereafter. So coming back to that whole scheme that Maurice was talking about. If you play a move like g3 here, right, and then the rook takes, the bishop comes to f5, you're trying to, as Maurice says, you know, like encroach on black's position, get your bishop to e6, get your other rook to f5, weave some mating ideas, and you're going to want to play h5 and h6 to get that bishop on g7. And gosh, Hikaru is taking his time. He's really bearing down on the position, and he's dropped under 3 minutes. What move number are we on here?
I think we're on a.
This is the 40th move about to be played.
About to be played. I tell you, in the old days when we had these time controls of 40 moves in 2.5 hours, I can't tell you how many blunders were made on the very the last move of time control.
Or the one after it, I think.
Or even
sometimes.
the one after it, yes. And there he goes, and he has played the move bishop f5, I believe. Let me see. And do we have the time control now?
Yeah, so we've got bishop f5.
King g8, bishop f5. So this, not the move g3, but bishop f5, bringing the bishop into the game. I like that move a lot because what I believe Hikaru has calculated is rook takes b4, bishop e6 check, king goes to f8, rook slides over to f5 check, king over to e8, and I think now or about now you want to play h5 or maybe g4, or you know what I'm saying, you know, get your kingside pawns motoring
Yeah, I do
up
think
the board.
that Naka's still going to win this. Now, he has made his 40th move, and Aronian now has to make his 40th moves, and then we get our bonus 30.
I see. Okay, so I'm not sure that I want h5, but okay, this type of position I think is what Hikaru has calculated as giving him his best winning chances.
That's right.
From Levon's point of view, he's only a pawn down at a time when he was perhaps fearful he was about to get his whole king side taken away.
It looks so bad. G4, like G4, H5. Oh, they're all coming in. You're totally tied down. You think you can save this?
I think it's a challenge.
Even if I like play G4, Rook G5, H5, H6, it's like, how do you stop all that?
Well, there is this one funny line that you still end up in a checkmate situation. Let's say Rook E7, H4, Bishop check. Let's just move our king for a moment, just so I can show this pretty checkmate. Because of here, you're afraid. You think,
yikes!
That pawn on C5 is meaningful, isn't it?
It worked out.
It worked out. So something like that would be a dream. But okay, how about this? Rook E7, H6, Bishop check, King H2, King D8, check. Instead of my making it easy on you, how about Rook E8? Is this automatically over?
All right, so now I'm going to play H7.
H7, of course, certainly. And what on earth am I going to do about and Rook F8? No, I think you're right. I think Hikaru's reeling home the point here.
Right, because for instance, oh, okay, so if King E7 in this position.
King E7.
That seems like the only try.
Now I'll take the rook. I'll take the rook, and I'll drop back.
Right, and your little trickies aren't going to help much.
Yeah, because of...
Or Bishop G1, just King
Bishop
G1. Right?
King G1, right. And in this case, I'm snapping off the rook on
That's
B4.
a kind of cool move, though.
Yeah, it's a nice
funny,
finish,
yeah.
let's put it that way. I don't see... Well, unfortunately, again, this rook on C7 is just so passive, and it's...
Guys, he finally did make his move and time control. He played king to F8. And I have to tell you, the engines are saying that white's only a pawn up, not 2 pawns anymore. White's only a pawn up after this B4 pawn looks like it's going to get snapped off the board. And it's not like plus minus, I'm crushing you. It doesn't see all the mating attacks. King F8 was a really first-class move. This bishop on G7 finally is breathing again. Like, I'm a real piece once more. And it has thoughts of coming into the game and causing some harassment. Definitely a position that is good for white, but I'm not seeing any lines as I go forward that just easily win this game. In fact, if this position, there are suggestions. The biggest question, actually, to think about here is black would love to have the 2 rooks, the 4 rooks, disappear from the board. You have to be careful because all these endings where these 2 pawns are trying to race down the board. Remember, these pawns could disappear pretty quickly from the board. These pawns are not defensible. So if these pawns leave and black has anything left, then this bishop can maybe sacrifice itself. Those endings, right, where the king stays on F8 and tries to guard, or maybe H8. I'm not sure which one it is he has that causes the draw, but the sacrifice for the bishop for the 2 pawns starts to come into play. So generally and strategically for black, getting rid of the rooks is critical, if possible. Trade them off and get to a pure bishop of opposite color ending where white's pawns are extremely vulnerable. So this game has gotten more technical than we would have supposed. And black just, you know, sometimes you're dead. It's like, okay, the gun's to my head. I'm going to die. It's time to just relax. Let it not hurt too much. Why suffer? And just make quick moves and see what happens. And it looks like that's what Levon has done. And he said, all right, if you win, you win. I've accepted that. But if you mess up, boy, you're going to feel horrible if you don't win. Imagine. So I don't think he's deluded himself yet into thinking that this is just a draw. But it's not as bad it looks as it could have been.
Let's play Rook E7 as black, though, because we really need to get some more checkmates on the board.
Yeah.
I want to see more mates on.
Well, first of all, I just have to say that this move, King F8, was a really first-class move by Aronian. I really did not see that. I was concentrating on rook b4, and I really like this move, king f8, because everything that if you want to say rook e7, oh,
Yeah.
you're mean. Is this what playing like a girl is all about? Okay, that's a nice checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay, I like
pretty.
That's pretty. But okay, give black a chance to avoid checkmates with bishop d4 check. I'm supposing king h2 and play rook e7, just as Maurice is saying. Do your best to get some rooks off the board and later deal with the queen side. Maybe you'll be able to pick up the pawns on b4 and c5 because you'll be able to attack them. Rook g7, still a lot of work in store for white here. This is no cakewalk, not at all. What do you? What would you?
That's right. So maybe instead of.
No, we have this position. This is the position on the board, Jen. So I'm starting with bishop
you're
G.
starting with a check.
Yes, I am starting with a check. Pardon me. I'm starting with a check. You got a king h2, rook g7, and just like Maurice is saying, the dream from black's point of view, trade off all 4 rooks. He can trade off a pair of rooks now with this move, rook g7, but try to trade off all 4 rooks, get into a straight bishop ending, and hope for the best that you'll be able to sacrifice your bishop for these pawns on the king side and take the queen side as well.
Yeah, so the problem is that after rook g7, bishop g7.
Rook g7, we have to pause because, yeah, I'll go with what your
Well,
first suggestion, bishop g7.
Because the problem with the king g7 was maybe, I'm not so sure, but I was thinking that we might have had bishop c8 starting to target those pawns. Although you do have rook f7.
I don't want to be
But then you're
thrown
getting
on
passive again.
Right, that's definitely not. Well, I would probably play bishop f2 in this specific position, Jen, with the idea that, okay, I'm dreaming that if you take, I'll be able to take, and I'm not 100% sure I'm lost in this bishop ending where I'm 2 pawns behind. But the pawns are very, very far apart.
I think those pawns are too far apart. The general rule is 2 files. That's 3 files.
That's right. So
that actually, those pawns are separated by 4 files. I think that's toast. The pawns are just too far apart in that.
So probably I'd have to play bishop h4, but you got to give black some drawing chances, even though he's 2 pawns behind.
And all of this is a little of a moot point because bishop takes g7 looks like a more solid defensive try, right? So rook g7, bishop g7, and the difference is, of course, that you're keeping an immediate eye on b4, so you're gonna be in time.
Oh my! We did not see the move bishop d4 check as we've been discussing. Instead, Levon played. Wow, a really cagey move here. King e8. Am I looking at this right?
So you play king e8.
Well, wait a minute. What is that? I beg your pardon?
Rook
g8 check?
There's a bishop on g7.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's of course.
So bishop e6, king e8.
Bishop e6, king e8. That move, I don't fathom instantly.
Just say you don't like it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You know,
no.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, it's a very cagey move. I mean,
Bizarre. Dude.
Bizarre?
What is king e8?
Well, you tell me.
I don't know. I don't know. He's moving his maybe he's getting his rook prepared to go back to f8 or something. Maybe that move does not look right. The king belongs on a dark square, it seems like, and if the guy's not doing anything, here the engine is not totally going apoplectic, but it's saying king h2 has improved white's position by getting the king off of this checking possibility. So now you can play this move, and black doesn't seem to have time to start gobbling pawns, or maybe he does. Engine's giving the move g3 right now. Let me that up.
It's like you did in the other.
And you have no dream of trading rooks. In fact, that's not going to happen. Now rook h7 is coming, and you might be forced to go back to f8, actually, which which doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean, the whole brilliance of that defensive scheme was that you were getting that rook trade in. But if I'm able to keep my rook constellation and eventually play h5, h6, that's got to be kaput.
Correct.
So that's what you loved about Levon's scheme. He was getting bishop d4 and rook
Now
g7.
the engines are giving white a bigger edge. King e8, they don't like it all. King e8 seems like a mistake. That's given Nakamura a real chance now to keep those rooks on the board, like you said, Jen, and start to squeeze. Looks like he played very quickly to get out of time pressure, and maybe, you know how it is. Was that move 41? It wasn't quite. It was move 41. One of those deals where you make it to 40, you totally relax, and move 41 you play, and it's like, why did I play that move? And he might have had a chance. Now it's looking really bad again.
Wow, it's almost like one of those things where he lost the game once, and then he fought his way back to make it a fight. Let's put it that way. And it's like he's losing the game again. Oh my goodness! So this is a very strange move, King e8. Normally speaking, I'm very, very respectful of the players and admire their insights, but this looks like it wasn't very insightful, wasn't very good.
Nice, though.
Yeah,
he's strolling around. He's actually looked like he was circling Hikaru a second ago. There he is again.
Yeah.
He's going in a full circle around the board.
Right. Well, there's this pathway that the players take to go to the rest areas where they can get drinks. I like this King h2 very much, and as you were saying, Maurice, Black doesn't really have the time to go gobbling over here. Rook takes b4. You mentioned g3. I might mention just, well, I like g3, of course, why not? And then the whole point is that you're ready for rook, white is ready, pardon me, for rook h7, h5, h6. What you're saying, Jen, you've got the 4 rooks, you've got 2 connected pass pawns.
That's the human response. You look at this position and it's just like, oh, Levon's kaput. Whereas without the rooks, you see like, oh, like, how do I do this? But like that, I think like from a human perspective, it looks just like such a scary plan. Like, how are you going to stop it?
Right.
But of course, he's not going to resign. And yes, that's what makes chess fun. That even the very best players in the world make errors, right? In the heat of the moment.
Sure.
How does it happen?
Well, it's because you're putting pressure on your opponent. I mean, Magnus has been lauded for being able to grind his opponents down. And then you say, what do you mean grinding your opponents down? Literally, it's like you put them under pressure. It's like rock-like pressure that you keep. You keep them squeezed. They're worried about this threat, that threat. Ghosts occur in your mind. Suddenly, you have no time on the clock, and you reach out and you play a move like h7, h5.
Yeah, it's like claustrophobia, basically.
Yeah. You feel like you're getting squeezed, and you react. Your human reaction is to burst out.
Or did you ever hear of that contest where all you have to do is keep your hand on a car for the longest, and you win, like, I guess you win the car, which is like an expensive one, like worth like $20,000 or something.
So you're there for 25
so you're
days
just
or
like,
something? You know,
I think it's like a couple days. But yeah, it's like that, like obviously it's just like the pressure, you know, like eventually just got to stop.
Well, when we were kids, we had these eye contests where you first one who blinks loses, and then you start tearing because your eyes really, really want to blink.
Or you start giggling. That was always my thing. That they would
laughing.
They would look at you in such a serious way, and it was at some point you just think of something funny. That's always.
And then you lose it, right?
The biggest challenge for that staring game.
But it just seems to me that Levon did fight his way back into the game, and kudos to him. And he's kind of tossed it away with this King e8. And by the way, we have g3, kind of a transpositional move, along with King h2, right? So g3 might actually be even a little bit more forcing, asking Black right away, is it your intention to take the pawn on b4 or not? Yeah?
Yeah.
And it was his intention to take the pawn on b4. Okay, so this actually does give Hikaru the small difference of King g2 or King h2. When the king went to h2, it's on a dark square. I would probably play King g2 just out of principle of keeping my king on light square, so there's no checks of any type. And again, very hard for Black to face what's happening here on the king side. Rook h7, h5, h6 is
it's just
obvious,
rook h7.
Obvious intention.
So rook h7 just looking.
Well, you know, looking at this position from Black's point of view, what you want to do is just take away the c5 pawn, right? So that, you know, all that's left is the king side pawns, and I want to be able to sacrifice the bishop one day. So even though I don't like it, I do think Hikaru is winning. b7, b6 might be the best. You could take on b6, rook h7, and the sad part is I can't play the desired bishop e5 and mate in one. So I'd end up having to maybe play a move like rook on b6 to c7, just so I can get out of the spin and somehow prepare myself
Well,
for...
I also could have played, after b6, I could have played rook h7 straight away.
And probably you should have, in fact.
And then that would have forced king f8, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So in this position, king g2, I'm playing b6, right? Trying to just wipe out the queenside pawns. And you wanted rook h7?
Well,
Yes?
that seems more flourishing, right?
Okay, I'll take this fellow.
Ah, okay, so you just wanted to give up
Oh,
the bishop.
I don't want to give up the bishop. I did. How could you even think that I wanted to give up the bishop? I didn't want to give up the bishop.
I thought you wanted the suffering to be over. Just take your hand off the car. It's okay.
But how am I dealing with h5? It's too fast. This is easy. This is just h6 and rook g8 mate. It's over.
Yeah, it looks bad.
b6 just simply doesn't work at all. Ooh, excuse me. No, if that doesn't work at all, then I have to change. Rook e7, bishop f8 type of deal?
Right, but your rook e7 idea is still failing to the rook h8 idea that we looked at earlier, right?
Right.
So even with the king on e8, which seems like it has more space, it's still there.
Right. Oops.
Little epaulette mate, kind
Yeah.
of?
Well, what
Not really. It's like the reverse of an epaulette.
It's a back rank mate.
Yeah.
But it's a funny back rank mate, isn't it?
Right, because usually
The pawns are the ones that are shielding in the rook. So rook e7 is. That's why it was a very nice finesse to just get that rook off the f file, so that there was no stopping these checkmating ideas. Well, I'm at a loss for suggestions. Maurice?
Defend black.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Much, guys. It's always me. I get the short end of the stick in this place. Yeah, defend. That's what it is. He's happened. I mean, he had a chance earlier, but this line is terrible. And King E8 is just a howler. That's just strategically random, just like a flick of the finger and make a move. This move is terrible. He should have left the king, clearly left the king on f8 in this position. The move that should have been played was, as we mentioned, this move, bishop d4 check and rook g7, and try to trade off and see where that leads. But this line is simply out. I went all the way back to this move, h5, that we were talking about. When did it happen? Right here it happened. Let me get the mouse. Sometimes the hand doesn't work. Right here. And the engine came up with an interesting defense that we hadn't discussed at all, was realizing how dire the situation might be. It had the idea of king g7, but it also came up with this very curious move. Remember we said f5? It said, no, let's play f6. Donate the pawn in this position, and then activate the bishop. And ask, how do you break my blockade? How do you get me off of this square? This bishop is now very active. It can even go as far as b2. He says, win the game. And I don't know. What do you guys think? It doesn't.
I like this.
Doesn't seem so easy to do.
I like this 25 times better than what
he did with h5. It just
what he
simply
did
allowed
with
his
h5.
position to go down the tubes.
Right.
And clearly he's worse here. There's a fat pawn on e6, but you know, color complexes are color complexes. You have a light squared bishop. Sure, these two guys are locked together, but how do you get past that guy? Simply not easy to break this defensive position. And again, the bishop is free to run now, pretty much.
And Maurice, just I can totally, I like that move. F6 is a better defense. When you looked at that position after F6, Rook F6, Bishop G7, just that precise position you were showing, there's no targets in Black's position. The pawn on G6 is nice and safely protected, and it was H5 that was a catastrophe. And now this King E8 just piling it on, and now we're just seeing that Rook H7 and H5, H6 is, we're back to easy win, is essentially what it is now. And Aronian's made a mess of this position. Nothing else to say. It's been bad. A poor start for Levon, and a very fortunate one for Hikaru, because when he originally went into this bishop's, this middle game position with opposite color bishops, we felt he was slightly worse if Black had just kept his rooks on the E-file.
Right, but relatively balanced, but not like with more weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
There was like the E4 versus maybe C5.
Right.
So Levon now struggling to find a move, something to keep him in the game. We could see a resignation at any time, I think, in this position.
Exactly. I don't see anything that you can really do about Rook H7 and H5, H6. I don't even see any cheapos, actually. I mean, it's just way too slow to try to get your king out of Hawk. No, it's just, it's over. It's over at this moment. And he's down to 19 minutes of his 30.
And as we wait for a result here, we've also got plenty of chess action here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We also have the GM Norm and IM Norm Invitational going on. As we mentioned earlier, Sam Sevian trying to break the record to become the youngest grandmaster in American history.
At age 13, which is just crazy. I mean.
Oh, and there he is. He's
yeah.
standing up. He won his first game already.
Right. But at age 13, I'm thinking at 13, what was I doing? Maybe I was a class player, or maybe just trying desperately to get to the expert ranks of expert.
And he's playing Grandmaster
Sammy. Yeah, for higher learning there. He's on scholarship.
Right, we've got the collegiate chess scene in America booming. The University of Texas at Dallas, Texas Tech, that's run by Al Lawrence, and they've got Alexander Onishik as a coach.
Yeah.
And we've got Levon Aronian, a grandmaster, who, and just a fantastic cross-section here of the world that come to these institutions to learn and get their degree and continue with their chess. So great to see them here in St. Louis enjoying the club.
That position was pretty solid for Sam.
Yeah. What we're seeing.
I wouldn't be worried if I had Black in this position.
No.
No advantage for White in the center anywhere, activity-wise. He does have the extra light square bishop, but it doesn't seem as if it's doing anything special.
Nothing key at the moment, so Sam looks solid in this game.
But better hair for White. I mean, it's hard to compete with that, though, right?
Right.
Although, actually, Yasser, this is a great segue to Grandmaster Seirawan's hairstyles in the 70s.
Oh, no,
which are actually
please.
on display in conjunction with the Living Like Kings exhibit.
Right.
So you had your hip-hop hair going on, and it's alongside some of the hip-hop and chess art, including murals by local artists to kind of depict various chess pieces.
Yes.
So you can also see Yasser's afro up there.
Yeah, I had my fro.
And, actually, Bragazzi is playing against Matakosian, who I think is one of Sam Sevian's coaches. Is that right?
Sure.
No, maybe not. I might be wrong about that.
I don't know.
Matakosian, a very well-known coach who coaches a lot of strong players.
Very good. So let's see.
And we actually, of course, we have the World Championship going on right now with Magnus Carlsen, our reigning champion, who we saw here in St. Louis just a month ago. And he is leading, right? So he's got on the ropes with just 2 games to go. He's got a full point lead. He could end this match tomorrow.
Right. All he needs
Oh wait,
to do
not
is
tomorrow. He can't end it tomorrow because it's a day off.
Sunday,
But
on
he
Sunday.
can end it on Sunday.
Game 11, he needs a 6.5 score to win the match.
That's right. And Anand, under pressure, will have to go all out either in that game or in the final game, which is actually on Tuesday, I believe. So they take more
Monday.
rest days towards the very end of the match.
That graphic is quite accurate, guys. Anand must win to continue the next round. He can just draw, right?
Yes, he can draw and then win.
and then win the last game.
He's
tie
going to
the
need
match.
one, and he's going to need
Ben Fine. And he's battling here too as a grandmaster, helping these guys get their norms.
Exactly.
I don't think you want to say that about grandmasters, Jen.
No.
We're supposed to be not helping you get norms.
Well, being in the tournament helps them get the norms. It gives them the chance.
Gives them a chance. That's true.
number of
But if
grandmasters.
no grandmaster wants to be the one you step over while you're going to get your grandmaster title. It's a little bit of a shameful thing to do.
Absolutely not. There's no way he's gonna willingly help. But you need, in order to have a tournament with grandmaster and IM norms available, you have to meet a lot of criteria. One of them is there has to be enough grandmasters in the tournament. Then there also has to be enough international players.
That's right.
So,
you can't have an all-domestic field.
and that's why it's great that the St. Louis Chess Club is offering this opportunity to the players.
And along with everything you've mentioned, including the World Chess Hall of Fame, I have to mention that the Chess Club, the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, has a team in the U.S. Chess League.
That's right.
And we
The
finally,
Archbishops.
the Archbishops have finally, in the first time in their history, made it to the semifinals. Then we had a semifinal match against the Miami Sharks just the other day, went into overtime. The whole gauntlet, you know how the gauntlet thing works?
Of course, right.
And it
yeah.
came down to one.
We did the same thing for the Sinkfield, the Ultimate Move Showdown.
And the ultimate moves.
Yeah.
And in the final game, Wesley So, playing for the St. Louis Archbishops at Webster University,
Took down Becerra.
took down Becerra, and St. Louis is in the finals now.
That's right. That was very exciting.
It
None
really
other than
was.
Levon Aronian was kibitzing in those games.
Exactly.
So people came to watch your commentary, which is always awesome. And then not only did they have you, but they had Levon piping up moves in the background.
I know, and he's a kibitzer too. Let me tell you, Levon can trash talk. It's really fun.
He kept turning the lights off, though.
Yeah, that was also very fun. It was like lights over, like I think it wasn't.
Here,
But
Levon,
here he is suffering.
Yeah, Levon usually very happy-go-lucky, but obviously don't get to number 2. He doesn't get to number 2 in the world by being that happy-go-lucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
And he has played a
killer.
move. He did play the move Rook B2 check. Obviously, Hikaru said, I can deal with that very simply with the move King H3 stepping up, and now Levon is really sitting there thinking to himself, how on earth am I going to stop Rook H7 and the advance of the H pawn, and we can't find it. And
he has
played a move.
though. Yeah, I think
King David 8.
King
Wow.
David 8.
Yeah. Okay, so at least he's prepared to meet the move Rook H7 by moving his bishop. Because he's protected his rook, it won't be in a pin.
Right, but we'll still be able to play, if we play Rook H7, moving your bishop will still lead to Rook G8.
Mm-hmm.
So...
But I agree, Rook H7 attacks the bishop, but also there's Rook on H4 to G5 attacking the bishop, putting black in a squeeze. And that's also, so the reason, well, maybe either one actually seems to work. So 7.
Scrumptious, guys.
Scrumptious.
7 is
Scrum.
just stop the bleeding. I mean, the guy's bishop, look at this line, Rook. I mean, you already said it. There's nothing new to say. Rook H7, attack the bishop on G7. It's got to go back. You're going to get mated on the back row. And now attack it one more time. It's pinned. It's tied down. Everybody's tied down. And here comes Mr. Joe. And he's going to march down the board and laugh while you have nothing to do in the position. This is busted. Hikaru would do this in blitz in half a second. Just pip, 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 and the game is over. there is no chance at all in this position anymore. The computers are saying, well, why are we even here? Just turn this off. I want to go to sleep because this is boring. This is out. This is dead. The way he played today, I mean, he did not show his class at all. He just, the kind of high-level games he often plays, this was not his best day. And we see this happen from time to time with Levon. He just plays some kind of games and some kind of moves, and you say, why'd you do this? You know, and how many moves did he have? Remember back when he had that move, knight to e5, that was so cool, and knight f6 was another good move in one position. It seems so long ago now that he's just been suffering because of just playing tepid chess and trying to neutralize things, and then letting this opposite colored bishop position happen. All these things way back here when he played this exciting move, queen to h4. Black had such a great chance to really put pressure on white, and white hunkered down and defended, and then he made a couple of lazy moves, particularly this one that really was not good to exchange. And then here, this one, when he should have played knight to e5, and just let this position happen to him. And suddenly it was white that had control. And then the final one, the nail in the coffin, was this move, which again shouldn't have lost for him. He had defensive resources, but he you didn't feel it. You didn't feel the force of strong positional play that this great player is used to. And now he's going to go down in game one.
That he's noted for, yeah. Yeah, and a nice little recap there, because again, chess is a game of missed opportunities. And let's face it, if our opponent doesn't make a mistake, we can't win. But you've got to give Hikaru a lot of credit, because he was coming up with moves in position where we thought that he should try his best to hold it. He just kept his faith and played optimistically, and bishop c4, gambited pawn, and well, turned the tables with just some great chess.
Now he's looking for the most accurate move here, and it looks like he's reaching for the rook. Actually, I see him wearing his U.S. Chess Championship ring.
He loves that ring. That's a great, you know, from one of the many U.S. championships that he has won, the ones held in Seattle, that we had a championship ring. And I just mentioned that Hikaru had the choice of how to attack the bishop. Rook h7 was good enough. We didn't see anything that Levon could do against rook h7. He did, however, play the move rook g5, which I've got a feeling is also good enough as well.
Yeah, that was one of your ideas. So you were thinking that maybe he was just going to play that move.
Yeah. But after what we saw after rook h7, bishop h8, rook h8, I was more than willing to say that rook h7 was stronger. But rook g5, what on earth can Levon do about this? He's going to have to move his bishop. No choice here.
So suppose you play any, you know, so not too many options. So
no, not at all.
Bishop d4, I suppose.
Bishop d4. Let's at least enjoy some activity for what it's worth. Bishop d4, and now we just have to find the most absolutely convincing move.
So now you have to find the most. So we want to start moving our h-pawn off the board. So let's just do that.
You just let's go with the h-pawn and bring us glory. He has played bishop to c3.
Well, bishop c3 instead.
Okay.
And instead rook g8 check. It's the first move.
Bishop to c3. Why is that better than bishop d4? Well, we'll find out. Bishop c3, rook check instantly, by the way.
And an immediate king e7, unsurprisingly.
And then I think we're going to see the bishop simply step back, bishop stepping back to c4, and saying, okay, what are you doing for your next move? Again, just what you've been saying, Jen, push that h-pawn to glory. And
or at this point, you can also try playing those geometric motifs again of rook f5 and rook f7. Just trying to get the rook on a light square to.
I like that. Yeah, this idea, Jen, what you're saying is, using your 2 rooks and bishops to set up checkmating threats. And we've been saying for the longest time that it was black who needed to get off a pair of rooks. And we've seen one thing throughout this whole game, that rook on c7 has been ugly.
And that pawn on c5, even though in the beginning of the game it's often anti-positional to release the tension, it also has its advantages in the endgame, right?
Yeah.
Preventing the king on e7 from entering the defensive grounds. So if rook f5 is played, black's bishop's going to have to go back to f6, and then rook g6 could come into the position, and it looks quite woeful.
This is definitely, so I think
or
this
scrumptious.
Scrumdiddlyicious. Rook b2.
You can tell we're getting hungry.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
This is tasty.
Tasty. We use that word a lot, actually, in chess, too. Like, that's a tasty pawn.
They say don't go to the grocery store while you're hungry.
Right. Yeah, you'll spend a fortune. Rook on b2 to f2 is the only thing I can see, just to stop this rook f5, rook f7 checkmate. But then, again, I don't really have any answer for just pushing the h-pawn home.
Well, this is the only chance it looks like he's going to get to play the move b5, guys. b5.
All right. Sorry.
Maybe the only chance he sees, like, might as well, because you're going down in flames anyway. Might as well make a move that liquidates off this pawn if possible. And b5 does do that. b5 says that the trade looks highly likely now because your bishop is hanging. Although there is one move that white can do. White can ignore this attack on the bishop and play the move rook to h5 and say, go ahead and take my bishop. I'm coming down and I'm picking your rook off. So that's a nasty looking move. And it turns out king f6 can now be answered by further attacks on the king. It's not totally clean how this works, but it seems, is this correct? Rook back? No, that can't be right. Let's take a look again. It's the other rook, sorry, rook hf5. That one. And now if you take, then check and pick this off. What is your opinion of this position? Is it just as easy as ever after king to d5, looking logical to move h5, and he should still be winning, but suddenly the c-pawn appeared on the board, and you're thinking, yeah, he's winning, of course, but why does he have a passed pawn? So a little strange. The b5 move is probably his last chance, really, to just try to complicate a little bit. He's dead, but he has a little bit of chance, a little small chance now to complicate the game.
Maurice, just in that line that you were showing a very nice win for geometric win. You missed the move rook f7 check. And
this position?
Yes. Rook f7. Oh, you don't get to go rook h8 mate. I beg your pardon. I was sitting there seeing a mate in 2, and I forgot about the bishop. Apologies.
Yeah, that dark square bishop, I think, didn't go to d4 because there might have been a bishop retreat that threatened a check. Remember earlier in the position, the bishop was here and the king was here.
Nice.
There might have been a retreat. So the bishop went to a safe square on c3, not that it wanted to be there, but just the safer square. But now I think he has to play b5. If he starts trying to mess around and hold the position without b5 after bishop c4, I think he's going to go down even faster. So, and he has tried to hold the position with rook to f2. That's looking bad. That looks like this is not going to hold up. Now he's just completely ignored all chance of counterplay and went to hunker down mode, but he looks busted right now. That, like rook h5, for example, how's he going to last? If the attack is made on the light squares, it looks like real trouble for him. Yeah, rook h5 threatens an entire rook. How does he defend that position?
Yeah, that's not happiness at all. I'm thinking he is going to have to go bishop e5, but now there's a check, and you pick up the rook on, and he's played it.
Yeah, there it is, rook h5, and I don't think this game's going to last much longer now. Levon Aronian, no?
I think well, for a while there, I was trying to get in the move b6 earlier, and b5 was his last chance, Maurice, because this It's pretty. I mean, it's just nice. This pawn on c5 is a real weapon for white, because he's setting up so many nice checkmating ideas.
And it's a big reminder, it's not an endgame until your king is safe. And with the 2 rooks, that was enough firepower to keep this as a middle game, and that made it even harder for Levon to defend.
Exactly.
And in fact now, we'll lose this game.
Right. So again, back, and there we have
And
a
there we have the
resignator.
handshake, and Hikaru Nakamura wins the first game against the Showdown against Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
And great sport as always. Levon even smiling a little bit there as he discusses some of the variations. And I think we're going to get an interview set up with the players, so stay tuned. And it will be fascinating to see what they thought about some of the things we talked about today. And we do see the arbiter, Tony Rich, is also... That is Tony, right? I
No,
think I
that's
saw
Kevin
Tony.
Murphy in the background.
Oh, no, I thought I saw Tony in the other side.
Yeah, no, Tony had come in
Yes.
to step the clock and put the kings in the position to
That's right.
reflect white.
Who the arbiter was for the event.
Tony Rich.
Yes, executive director Tony Rich has lots of talents, and
Right.
so in addition
He
to
wears many
organizing
hats.
so many events and
Takes-
being the boss along with Joy Bray,
Right.
he also is international arbiter, and arbiter, not international yet, but I believe he's a FIDE arbiter and a national arbiter.
I'm thinking he's made his norms, so I think his international arbiter title is in the...
In the works.
Yeah, it's in
Exciting.
the works.
Great.
Yeah, and he's an IT guy too, and takes out the trash and lays the cables. No, he does wear a lot of hats. We all do. Everyone.
So Nakamura...
And I think Levon is real, well, I think Hikaru is suggesting some plausible defenses, and I think Levon is just being made aware that there was a lot of opportunities for him that he didn't capitalize on.
I'm guessing that he knows to some extent, because he did get under a lot of time pressure and he saw his position collapse. I don't think he'll be too surprised to hear they could have played better, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
So before the match, it was 9-4 in classical games, and now suddenly Hikaru closing that margin a bit with 9-5.
That's right, and creeping up closer to surpass Levon in the live rankings, potentially, if he wins another game or two in this match. And also, each classical game worth 4 points. So
in the scoring system.
That's right, and then all of the 16 blitz games worth 1 point. So the cool thing about this match is you're never going to be out of it. Even if one player wins 4 games, you could still mathematically
save it.
Save it. All
Right.
right. Anything is possible. All I have to say is Fabiano, you have to agree.
Right. Well, after Fabiana, I have to agree.
Guy loses 4 games in the Classical. He's dead, and I'm ready to put all my money on the guy who won the 4 games. Forget about it. Anything's possible. There's going to be no 16-0 blitz result, especially if Levon is playing against Hikaru. I think Hikaru will scrape a game to stop that mathematics. That's some kind of a foolish math in that case. Also, it's a short match, these 4 games, and in short matches it usually just goes to the person who wins first. This is a big deal to be up a point. 1 point already. It means the pressure is on Levon. Although good for him, he has 2 whites coming, so he wants to make use of his white tomorrow to really put the screws on, because I think if he draws only, well, clearly if he loses, to me the match is over. Like, forget about it. But if he draws only, then Hikaru can going into world champion mode and say, okay, I'm just going to settle this down real easily and not lose any more games. Hikaru knows that he has a great chance in the blitz. He's one of the best blitz players in the world, bar none. Well, Magnus, of course, is the champ, but certainly Hikaru likes his chances in blitz. So I think that from Levon's point of view, tomorrow's game is huge. It's like as big as you get. Must win almost game for him, considering what has happened today. He did not play well. And something odd, too. Remember the days when this guy was 28-30? I mean, he was just clearly the number 2 player. Now,
Wide gap.
now it's like he's 27, maybe
97?
20. He's certainly dropped. He's dropped below that now, especially after today, right? So he's going in the wrong direction. Really, pronouncedly so.
Good point. Yeah, he seems to be in quite a slump of late.
But we can't blame it on age because all of the players who have catapulted over him are actually around his age or older, right? Except for Fabiano.
Right.
But it's Anand,
Grishchuk,
and
Grishchuk
Topalov.
is his age. Grishchuk
Grishchuk is
also.
about his age, and then Anand and Topalov are now in the 4th and 5th spots. So they've actually surpassed him.
So what are you saying, Jen? That he's just gotten?
Oh,
he's
I'm
just turned
saying
into a
that.
bad player?
No, I'm saying you can't blame it. It's easy to come. A lot of times, it's easy to come up with a narrative like, "Oh, he's a little bit older now. He's
losing
dipping."
an edge. Yeah.
But it's not really that. He's just been in a little bit of bad form. But maybe he'll regain it in the latter half of this match.
Absolutely, we'll find out very soon.
Of course, there's a small advantage to. Generally, there's a small advantage to the hometown player because they're not as jet lagged. But that being said, Nakamura is such a globetrotter. He's never.
He could be
really-
jet lagged as well, equally.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Jen, you're looking for a lot of excuses. Dude played badly today. I mean, sometimes it happens. You go to the office, you play a little off, you're not as aggressive as you should be, and you make some weird moves. He made some bad moves today. He just, it's not Levon Aronian, you know? He just made some moves, and you're thinking, why did I play these passive moves? You start out with a great position, 2 bishops. Remember when Hikaru played bishop d2 in the opening, and we were like, what's that about? And
Well, he didn't get much out of the opening, and
yeah,
in fact,
he got
that's
nothing.
why Levon can come back in this match if he shows his usual stuff, because it doesn't seem like Nakamura is trying to hit him that hard in the opening. So still,
And keep in mind, Hikaru was way behind on the clock in this game, too. It's hard to imagine when we realize that
That's
it
right.
was always Levon playing on increment. But at one time, Hikaru stood worse and was well behind on the clock.
I think Hikaru is pulling a Magnus. Nothing in the opening. Who cares? Let's get a position. We're happy. Just play chess. I'm just going to outplay you. And that seems like exactly what happened today.
and we have the players on their way down to chat with us a little bit about today's dramatic battle. So
And the key moments.
pretty amazing that these guys played 2 trials in the Sinfield Cup, but then all 5 out of their 6 960 games were decisive, and now another decisive game.
Another decisive game.
So they're in a decisive frame of mind.
Definitely so. And as Levon Aronian joins us on set and gets himself mic'd up, what's your take, overall feeling? Where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong for Levon today?
Well, it seemed like H5 was really the
That
last.
was the last of the last. But earlier you think
And then
that
after,
knight f6,
you,
knight
yeah,
e5.
you were suggesting the knight e5 move, which
Right.
was a lot more dangerous.
Right.
Although knight f6 didn't look bad, just didn't look as dangerous.
It's true.
And
It's
then-
true.
And
It
Nakamura, you
slipped.
got to give him credit.
Yes, he found some really excellent moves.
He pounced when he could.
Yeah.
And we have Levon Aronian. He is number 6 in the world, and he's here in St. Louis playing the Showdown in St. Louis against Nakamura. He is with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to talk about today's exciting game.
Thanks, Jen. We are with Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Lev, tough day at the office today. Tell us what happened.
I got too excited. I thought that my position is much better, although it was slightly better. And then I overstepped the boundaries, probably with rook c7 on move 21. I was trying to push and go for a game, but I should just take a draw with rook e4.
So we thought you had some aggressive possibilities here. Certainly f5 was a bit too sharp. But you said that knight f6 doesn't really lead anywhere.
Yeah, I didn't like it because of knight b6 and then takes in d5.
This move.
Yeah.
We had wondered in this position if, like, after d5 takes, knight d5, the computer comes up with this move, queen c6. Did you look at this position?
No, I thought he would take with the queen.
Oh, with the queen instead. And here, queen takes d5, bishop e6, and you weren't impressed by your position here.
I mean, I was looking for more because I felt maybe this is slightly better, but nothing serious. So in fact, I forgot that white can actually take on d4, and I mean on move number 20. For some reason I thought this is not possible, and yeah, and then I started playing very badly.
Did you have the feeling, like you said, that you were much better? Was that the feeling that you had inside?
I felt I'm slightly better, but then I thought I need to play precise. So I spent a lot of time trying to find the right move, and then, I mean, I realized that Rook 7 was a mistake, or I mean, not really a mistake. I mean, I should just play with G6, but then I thought, okay, let's make a draw and play Queen H6, and then I missed B4. And after B4 is very unpleasant.
So this move, Rook D8, you weren't totally happy with, because after this...
No, I felt, okay, let's just go for this, because Queen H6 takes, and then it's a draw with Bishop G7. And after B4, I realized what I have done. But it's very difficult to do anything here. I probably have to abandon my pawn on F7 somehow. But it's, I mean, it's a difficult choice. And since I spent all my time, I burned all my time on looking for good moves. In fact, yeah, I was in time trouble here.
Now this is what happens often, right? You feel like you're better, should be better, something good, and then it's not there, and the game changes. Like when did you realize at some point, like, this is not working out?
Well, after B4, I've completely forgot that he doesn't have to take on H6. After B4, I realized my position is horrible, because I mean, I cannot tolerate the pawn on E6. If I play with F6, then he'll just penetrate on line D.
You saw this line after, in this position after E6.
No, of course I saw this.
With F6. This position?
I should have done this, but I felt, you know, maybe H5 gives me more chance. I forgot about Rook F6. But I just had a 1 minute, you know, so.
So the time caught up with you.
Yeah.
What do you do when you have a bad first round? Like, how do you prepare yourself for the next games?
Well, I mean, after you play such a horrendous game, I guess you know that you cannot play worse, so you're more relaxed.
So you'll just go eat some food and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
Indeed.
Trying to play. I mean, I'll try to play my best tomorrow.
Well, we hope so. Thanks for being so gracious with your time.
You.
Grandmaster Levon Aronian, after a tough first round, we'll see you tomorrow bouncing back. Guys?
Thank you, Levon. Thank you, Maurice. It's interesting, the judgment there about that whole line variation with the D5.
Oh, yeah.
I like Black's two bishops.
That was actually, the funny thing was, I think that was actually your move, Queen C6.
Yeah.
But I understand why Maurice remembered it as a computer move, because it does look kind of computer-esque. That's why I was like surprised when you played it. I was like, you're putting your queen in the line of knight e7 and rook d8 could be hanging, but it was a very good move.
Yeah, it was a very good move. And I think Levon really did underestimate that position with the two bishops, because he is standing well there.
Well, you could say underestimate or overestimated other positions, right? Like maybe he thought it was better, but thought he said that he knew he could do better.
Yeah, he knew he stood better, but he wasn't satisfied with his judgment was that position didn't equal the advantage he had earlier.
Exactly.
So, but I think he really underestimated, probably because he missed the strength of this move, Queen G5, Bishop E7, Queen G5 that Maurice has pointed out. Very interesting. But now we have our winner.
Yes, we have our victor in the St. Louis Showdown, the first round, starting with a bang. Hikaru Nakamura, he's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, with America's #1 player and one of the world's elite players, Hikaru Nakamura, Grandmaster, chess.com, you're sporting the hat today.
Why not? It's cold weather here, so I need to wear something.
Okay. We know you got the Red Bull going, so,
Thank you.
This game didn't look like it was in your favor for some time. It looked like Black had figured out what to do about here and had a solid position.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just wanted to play chess today, so I didn't play a very inspiring opening, and I made a few early mistakes. I mean, I think going knight a4 was rather ridiculous, because I basically could have had the same position, but I could have had this option of keeping the dark square bishop on the board. So, like, if I castle e5, knight a4, knight e4, I can just put my bishop back on e1. It's nothing special. I mean, it's still a game, but somehow the way I played was just very weird. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it, because it's just kind of, I was just kind of making moves, and then suddenly I decided to play e4. Like, I can't. I mean,
that was a wild move. That got us excited, because we thought we were in for the long haul, and all of a sudden e4 and the board was on fire.
Yeah, it's probably a bad move objectively. I mean, I basically was going to play b4, and then the more time I used, I was going to go b4, put a knight on b3 and a5. But the more time I used, the less I liked it, and so I just kind of played e4, I guess, and it kind of worked out, I guess. But overall, I think it was fairly even. I think the critical test was when Levon did not go f5 after f3 on move 16. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure what was going on after f5, but
the computer seemed to think you would be kind of okay with this kind of craziness.
Yeah, kind of okay. The problem is there's so many lines here. First, there's the problem that black can go queen d8. That's option 1. I think this is bad for black because there's some knight g5 trick. And, I mean, I think white's okay, but I was much more concerned with rook e7. I thought, like, rook e7, queen f5, and I think some g6 here. And I didn't like the position, really. I mean, I think it's probably okay for white, but it's very, very complicated.
I think what we're looking at, the computer was showing that you're probably fine in some of these positions. But it did look hairy, like what the heck is going on?
Yeah.
I guess that's what you were calculating when you thought about f3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I was most concerned with. I mean, I guess there are other moves like knight f6 or rook d8, but in general, f5 I thought was a critical test. And once Levon didn't play f5, I thought it was more or less okay. I mean, basically, once he took on d4, after I go bishop c4, actually knight f6. Yeah, this was the last one. I was very surprised he didn't go knight e5.
Yeah, we were all wondering.
I thought knight e5 was the obvious move. Yeah, and I think black might still be very slightly better, but it didn't happen, fortunately. And after knight f6, I think it's just completely equal or better for white.
Were you surprised at how passively he played this first game? I mean, you think he just wanted a draw and wanted to keep it solid?
Well, no, because I mean, I think Levon thought he was better. So I mean, I think he was. I think basically at this point, that's kind of the problem, is that he's not. So. I mean, yeah, knight e5 was much more critical as well, but once he played knight f6 and I got to take the bishop on c8, I knew I wouldn't have any issues and I should be able to coast home to a draw.
Yeah, right. But all of a sudden, you get this position with pawn e5 and the rooks are doubled after this great move b4, by the way, and suddenly you just pressure everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised, but I had a feeling this might happen because I realized, you know, once I played what was the move? I think after I played f takes e4. Levon, I think, still had about 15 to 20 minutes. And after I took on e4, he basically used up probably like 17 or 18 of his minutes. So he got down to like 1 or 2 minutes. And that's when I realized that even though I still didn't think it was anything special, I knew there would be some chances because he was getting low and he clearly didn't like his position.
It's unbelievable. He had 14 seconds, and that increment just kept.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult though. You know, I mean, it's a difficult position when you go from being, I mean, at least optically looking much better to basically being equal or worse. It's not pleasant for sure.
One question for you: there was this line that the computer suggested before you, right here when he panicked and played h5. The idea of playing f6 and giving you this pawn and bishop g7 and just trying to hunker down. Did you have a way you saw maybe of getting through here?
No, I think it's probably a draw, but I mean, I'll just play on for another 3 hours. So that's all you can do, really. I mean, I think it should be a draw still, but I mean, again, for a human, I mean, it's going to be difficult, and you're going to suffer for like forever. So it's just not a pleasant
suffer. I like that. Yeah. I like that.
But I mean, after h5, I think it's just very close to losing. That's the difference.
That g6 pawn turns into just a problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
You win the first game of a match. It's a short match, 4 games. What's your strategy going into game 2?
Well, I'm black, so I guess I'll just try and play good moves. That's, I mean, the most important thing. If I play good moves, unlike today, then things should be okay.
Okay, well, we wish you the best, and we hope for more exciting games like this. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your game.
Thanks.
U.S. #1 in good spirits after a great win. This is a great way to start a tournament and start a match, and we wish him well. Guys?
Great for us, too, because it means that Levon now is going to have to try even harder to win. And what I loved about this game was its instructional value. Yeah. Because they got into time pressure, we had more instructional moments that we might ordinarily in players of that rating.
I think also this game was a kind of a demonstration of why I like these two players very much. It's like Hikaru realized he was slightly worse, but at the same time, he's so very opportunistic. If he says, hey, man, if I'm going to get some chances, I'll keep playing for the win. And that's where both of these players really stand out for me, is that they are really looking always for a chance to win.
That's right. They're not afraid of 100-move games. Remember, Nakamura actually had a 98-move game against Gelfand in Tashkent, and we won that game. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a long one here, too.
Right. Yeah, they're like centuries in snooker, but centuries in chess aren't good for commentators.
Depends. Maurice, final thought on the kickoff to the St. Louis Showdown.
Well, I think we couldn't have hoped for anything better. This is the way you want to start. You want fighting chess. You want guys who want to win the games. They didn't come here to just kind of collect the money, play random chess, boring chess. They want to win. They're looking hard for a victory in every single game. They're principal players. Naturally, you saw Aronian, when he had an advantage, he felt like, I should make something of this, got himself in trouble because of it. Hikaru, man, the guy's an electric player. Anytime there's a chance to win, he's going to go for it. And even when he's losing, he's thinking about winning. So it's great to have these two players, a great start for us. And I think that we're going to see some more fireworks undoubtedly in the next few games. And then the blitz is going to be insane. So a great way for us to start the match, guys.
Indeed. So stay tuned. Tomorrow is actually a rest day for the World Championships. So you're going to really want to stick with us, right?
Absolutely.
And we're going to start at 1:50 Central Standard Time. So the game started at 2 Central, but we got a little extra pregame show for you every day. And then that would be 2:50 or 3 Eastern. So can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jennifer Shahade signing off with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley here in the chess capital of America.